No matter where you play, no matter who you play with, if you're a true competitor, you always want to do your best. That's what comes naturally. That's what comes instinctively. But when you find yourself on the biggest stage there is, the kind of stage where you only find the best in the world, you can't help but kick it up another level. I mean, that's what living out your dreams does to you. It raises your game. It raises everyone's game. It's been 30 years, if you can believe it. 30 years since we got a chance to live out our dream and play our game on the biggest stage we could imagine. It was an experience like nothing else in our careers. The opportunity of a lifetime. Well, in racing, Daytona is the stage that offers that kind of opportunity. All that history, all those legends at this one racetrack. Whenever you get to drive a car here, it's a chance to go against the best there is and join the best there has ever been. A chance to make a case for yourself, to be remembered forever. So tonight, it's not just the end of the regular season road for these drivers and teams. It's a night to race with everyone in racing watching. Because these lights and this spotlight, this track, this stage, it really is the stuff of dreams. Watch them kick it up another level. Watch them remind the racing world where they are.
It is the best in the world at the biggest stage in the world for stock car racing. It's NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona, the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Final race of the regular season, meaning the final opportunity for someone to join this list, or for those that are on it already to stay on it. Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., the only two drivers that are still able to get in based on points, but a win could advance 13 drivers and lock them into the playoffs. Cars are rolling around the track already. Pre-race ceremonies have taken place, and want to take a look at this morning's Coke Zero Sugar starting grid. That will go on the left side of the screen. Hendrick Motorsports drivers making up row number one. Let's bring in Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Burton, both drivers that have won at this racetrack, this famed hallowed ground here at Daytona International Speedway. Guys, we know that things get aggressive at the end of the race, but Junior, are we going to see that throughout the entire race?
Well, we've seen it here before. We saw it in the Xfinity race this weekend, and we've seen it in the past at Daytona and Talladega this year. With this car, every time they've came to the finish line, we've had cars crashing at the end of these races. We just don't know really how they're going to race in stage one, stage two. Will that intensity be there the entire day? At Talladega it was. I was really shocked with how hard these guys raced from the drop of the green flag all the way through. This is a different race, though. A lot of different agendas. We really don't know exactly how intense that pack's going to be.
I think all those wrecks make this race very difficult for Ryan Blaney to navigate himself through. He has a 25-point advantage on Martin Truex. How do you race this race? Do you go get in the middle of that? Do you ride back a little bit? I think that this is a very difficult decision for Ryan Blaney. He's an aggressive driver. He wants to be in the front no matter what. But is that in his best interest early in the race? He's going to have to make that decision as things are happening around him.
Bring in our crew chief, Steve Letarte. Jr. just said it. This is a different race. It was supposed to be a night race. We're 14 hours later. How different is it calling the race now in the morning?
Well, when the lights come on, the grip goes up. So last night, this racetrack would have had a ton of grips. Just how fast can you set your car up to be? Overall speed is what mattered. It may still be that case today, but I have anxiety. I don't know. It's now a day race in the middle of the summer. We have never done that with this new next-gen car, right? Back in February, it was cooler. There was grip. We're now 25 races later. Will these cars handle? One thing we will know, the drivers will let us know if they don't handle well enough. But as a crew chief, I'm nervous. Did I make all the right choices, or will I have to make big adjustments early to get the grip back to my driver?
Rain pushed this race to a morning Sunday race from a Saturday night race. And did that affect the 47, Parker Kligerman? It seemed like they were on pit road a little bit longer than normal.
Right, Rick, and the team went in action quickly when Ricky Stenhouse got in the car because his radio wasn't working. So what they do, they changed the entire radio harness. You see here, they got it zip tied in there, put a new radio harness. It now works. He came on the radio and thanked his boys so he can go out there and try to win this race and get in the playoffs.
All right, Steve, Let's break this one down as far as stages.
Yeah, 160 laps, 400 miles, first stage, 35 laps. You can run that on fuel, not an issue. Then 60 laps, and then another stage of 65 laps. Fuel window just shy of 50. So pit stops in both stage 2 and stage 3 will be required.
2 by 2, the field getting ready to get the green flag for the final race of the regular season. Regular season champion already decided. That's the guy who's driving the number 9 on the outside of row 1. But how will he do in this one? He's won the most races. Green flag underway. And Larson in the 5 has jumped out to an early lead. A lot of pushing and shoving to try to get up to the front, and track position key here at Daytona.
Larson got out there a little too far, dropped back, has that outside line sliding backwards just a little bit. They'll get that momentum going eventually, but really organized on the bottom. You see bumper to bumper, first 4 cars working well together.
This is a 10 a.m. wake-up call right here, Rick. Welcome to 200 miles an hour.
No better way to wake up.
For decades, they ran this race in the morning.
A lot of learning going on right now. There was no practice, no qualifying. First time the cars have been on track. Drivers trying to understand what their car does well and what it doesn't do well.
This track was repaved years ago, had a lot of grip, really haven't had any issues with handling, especially running the race at night. But in the Xfinity race, tons of drivers complaining about balance, about the cars being very, very loose. We had a lot of guys spin out without contact. Be interesting to see if that affects the Cup cars today.
In front of the pack right here, you saw Joey Logano in that yellow car. He left the bottom just a little bit. And Christopher Bell behind him was looking to try to take that spot from him. Great angle here from the A-Shock Energy Cam. See, now Logano's got that thing pinned on the bottom much better, not giving Christopher Bell a place to go.
About the first 8 cars on a single file line on the inside. Then you got double file back there with Kyle Larson leading that outside line. There's Suarez behind him trying to bring that outside line up. You see the momentum starting to build. Riding on the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar camera with Daniel Suarez on the roof.
What Daniel wants to be able to do right here down the back straightaway is get to that rear bumper of Kyle Larson. If he can get to it and push him down the back straightaway, it would accelerate them.
Slowly but surely, they're inching up, car after car, all the way up alongside the 4th place car of Kevin Harvick.
Right now, the 22, Joey Logano, pushing the 9 of Chase Elliott on that bottom line. It has moved ahead by 3 car lengths, now 4 car lengths.
Big push coming from the 99 there.
Trying to get that outside line moving.
Now up alongside the 20 car here, still working.
See Logano, how high up he is. He's trying to get to the right rear quarter panel, that 9 to push him. But he keeps exposing that bottom. Eventually, Christopher Bell is going to take it from him.
Steve, in the past, these cars have had to peek out to get a little bit of air into the radiator to cool them off. Same situation now, or can they stay locked up for numerous laps?
No, they can't stay locked up. So the inlet to the radiators is in the same location, but the other little nuance is it's also the inlet to the engine. So when you pull up really, really tight, you actually start to lose a little horsepower, which can hurt. Kyle Busch, we talk about agendas and strategies. I think this is a planned agenda. You see the hand out the window. Yep. You gentlemen go ahead. 5 laps into this race, he's going to fall back to a comfortable distance. With the draft, he has no problem keeping up, and with only 30 laps to go in this stage, he just doesn't see the reason to have the risk. You see right there the hood flap, that's all air, right? As you pull up into that wake, you know, the air pressure goes away and it pulls those hood flaps up. There it is again.
Big bump there.
Man.
Looks like Larson had to maybe get out of the gas a little bit. Suarez with a big hit.
And those big hits really often don't send you anywhere. It's kind of that, you got to ease up to the back bumper of that car and barely connect and then start pushing. Then drop the hammer and start shoving forward and driving both cars in the right direction. If you go up there and pop somebody, both cars just kind of stop. Doesn't really send the guy out front anywhere.
And Jeff, is this a situation where the 5 might not be a good car to be leading? He might be a good pushing car, but that high line is not moving at all. Now they're 6, 7, 8 car lengths back.
Well, I would think that 5 car is a good car as far as speed. It's just sometimes the bottom lane works better than the top lane. We talked about it as soon as they dropped the green flag. There's a lot that you're going to learn today, and not every race is the same. It changes. The energy changes. You see now, as they enter the corner, you see a little bit of a run, and that's what has to happen. On that outside line, you hope to be able to kind of maintain in part of the racetrack, but then gain some advantages than others, and then just foot by foot get yourself back to the front.
See the telemetry up to 190 miles an hour for Larson leading that outside line. Logano second in line on the inside. Following Chase Elliott, Logano, big news this last week. He signed a multi-year long-term deal with Penske. That now matches what Ryan Blaney has done. So 2 of the 3 in the Penske organization with long-term deals as we ride along in the Advanced Auto Parts number 12 of Blaney.
They got a line on the top there forming out on 3 wide here. That should slow everybody down. Anybody that's 3 wide, they're going to be side drafting off each other whether they're trying to or not. It's going to kind of drag the cars down a little bit.
The shot's so cool right there, looking through the right rear corner of the spoiler, looking forward. See how much he's out of the gas right here. You know, a little bit of part throttle on corner entry. I assume some of that is really just to make sure his car is nice and secure. I would assume corner entry is where the handling would be. Entry and exit really would be the handling where would be the biggest issue when you're in that middle lane.
Yeah, that, Steve, and you can see, oh, a little bit of contact there.
Almost 4 wide here. Chris Buescher in the middle. Larson dropping back here.
He's Chris in the draft. There's no time to get Chris.
No time to say Christopher. No time for it.
Well, Ryan Blaney, we talked about him at the start of the show, what he has at stake, and he is in the middle of this chaos. 3 wide. You know he's nervous right now. He's an aggressive driver. He wants to be in the middle of that, but a wreck early could really be detrimental to his playoff hopes.
You can see what 3 wide has done. All these guys have faded back outside the top 10.
So the interesting one to me is Kyle Busch, right? So he lifts, weighs everybody by, and you see on the big replay right there of 4 wide, if you look at the last car in that 3rd lane, it is Kyle Busch. He's now right up in the mess again.
Sometimes you can't help yourself.
Yeah, contact with the 17 and the 5, both kind of fighting for the same piece of real estate.
Junior, I mentioned earlier about aggressive driving and how aggressive are you early on in a race. Does the potential for inclement weather, does that change your aggressiveness?
Not really until you get closer to halfway. I think, you know, you want, if you have weather in the area, you want your crew chief to kind of keep you understanding what lap it is.
Because it's raining in turn 1 and 2.
Sure is. And this track's so big, it can just start pouring on one end. That's quite a bit of rain right there in turn 1 and 2, and it'll be completely dry on the other.
Riding along with the Leaf home, number 31 of Haley.
You see Haley, he had it up on that 3rd lane. Kind of letting everybody go, going to get in line. It's a fight to the bottom. Big single file lane around the bottom, Rick.
Chase Elliott, Joey Logano, Christopher Bell, Kevin Harvick, Michael McDowell, the top 5 here at Daytona. It's the NASCAR Cup Series from Daytona, the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Well, NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can always get access to high-definition in-car cameras and current position trackers, as well as pit stop data. All you have to do is visit NASCAR.com/driver. You can download the NASCAR mobile app. And different agendas. The 12.
It's going down. 220. It's going down. The water temp 220.
Getting a little hot, it sounds like. Water temp was way high. Talking about that temperature coming down, but the pace on this car is concerning.
We listened to it.
Yeah, doesn't sound right.
Yep. Sounds like some sort of issue. Looks like there's some smoke out that right side pipe right there. So
Yeah, water's just going down.
water's going.
210.
No, okay, so water's going down either because air is going through the grill, or the engine failure has got in an area where the water's leaving the vehicle, right?
Yes, Steve, and they're coming directly to pit road, and that's what Cliff Daniels is thinking, that something has gone awry permanently with the 5 engine. And he said the water temperature just keeps going down. Now it's under 200, Steve, so what does that tell you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it will cool very quickly because the grill's completely open, running by yourself, but the sound of it, I'm going with the fact that there's some sort of break internally that's probably leaking water out through the exhaust. Unfortunately for the 2 of Austin Cindric, Jeff, he was kind of behind the 5 car and had nowhere to go, and for that reason, he's way behind the pack.
There's absolutely nothing he could have done. He was pushing, trying to push the 5 car, and he just got drugged to the back, trying to keep from being in a wreck. And now, look how far behind he is. And with this car, if you become the last car in this pack, you can lose the draft, and that has happened. And now Austin Cindric has to hope that they don't come all the way back around and lap him. There's really nothing he can do. Stay wide open in the gas and hope he doesn't get lapped.
He's got 18 laps, and he's going to have to stay out on the racetrack and hope for that. The possibility of a caution is the only thing that would catch him back up right now. Parker.
As we ride on board here with Ryan Blaney, I just want to point out some masterful moves he's made here early on this race, considering that obviously he has to score stage points in this race as he battles Martin Truex to make it in the playoffs. He was around 22nd place on the bottom when the top lane formed up. He chose not to move. He then stuck to the bottom. That got him to about the top 15, and then as things settled down, he was one of the first cars back up the top lane and has now driven himself into the top 10. Some really smart moves by Ryan Blaney, Marty.
The Toyota onboard will give us the views for Bubba Wallace today, currently in the 16th position. He has been committed to that higher line. It's crazy to think that over 8,000 miles of racing, over 17 or 27 weeks comes down to one race for Bubba Wallace. But he told me before the race, we shouldn't even be in this position. We've given away so many races this year, but when it comes to my confidence, this is top 2 for me, Dave Burns. Chase Elliott still up front, but look at that push coming for Logano.
Oh, it can happen at any time here at Daytona, and it's getting good up here in front again. If you look on the inside line, though, back in the 2, 4, 6 position now is the red and black number 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Remember, 2 surefire ways to make it to the playoffs: end the day with more points than Ryan Blaney or win the race. Both tall tasks here, but Truex, for his part, has moved from a 13th starting position all the way up to 6th.
It was a 25-point deficit that Martin Truex Jr. had starting the race, but the 12 of Ryan Blaney right there could almost reach out and touch the 19. So those two are staying close to each other.
This outside line's making some good headway, Rick. Look at this 11 car of Denny Hamlin. He was leading it. Eric Jones jumped up in front of him. So now Denny's going to have to try to push Eric forward, and they're making a little progress. You see, very slowly. But we have yet to see this outside line get up there and actually battle, take the lead, be able to move forward and take the lead. Not enough momentum just yet to really trust it. So a lot of guys are watching this. A lot of guys are still weary about jumping in that outside line.
5 headed to the garage after engine issues. It seems as though that end of the day for potentially the 5 of Kyle Larson. Locked into the playoffs, though.
The other thing that's helping this inside line is Joey Logano being the pusher of the lead car. Joey Logano is one of the most aggressive pushers in the series. He is always going to get to that back bumper and push you forward.
Look at this outside lane, talking about pushing. Denny Hamlin giving Eric Jones a big push. Now he's alongside that 22. Now that's going to take some energy out of that 22. It's not going to be as easy for him to get up there and push Chase Elliott now that they're side by side. That's what That's what that 43 car needs to do right now with Erik Jones. He needs to take advantage of that side draft, and now look at what's happened. It's a completely new game now.
Are you surprised Chase Elliott didn't jump out in front of him and try to block?
It's a little early. I mean, you've got some exceptionally aggressive drivers, but a little early to be making that block at the speed that Erik Jones had coming at him.
Big push here. At least a little connection from both cars. Joey is trying his hardest to get that 9 car back up front.
And you see he's offset to the right. The reason he's doing that is because if he pushes somebody on the left rear quarter panel, it can easily spin them out. If you push them on the right rear, it's much less likely, Dave, for them to go get spinning around.
And as fans know, the 43 car there on the outside, he's one of the 13 drivers that must win, can win, and advance to the playoffs starting next week at Darlington. So there goes Jones to the lead. Crew Chief Dave Elenz was very confident when he talked about the race car and also his driver's willingness to be aggressive when necessary, but patient when necessary. I'd say with the weather today, guys, let's be aggressive early.
Lower left corner of your screen, you see the drivers that must win to get into playoffs. Well, Erik Jones right now surging ahead, trying to make his way into the playoffs. Looking down on this 2.5-mile super speedway, it is still Chase Elliott on that inside line with the help of Joey Logano. Elliott in the 9, Logano in the 22, and Christopher Bell in the 20, keeping that inside line pretty tight. Erik Jones looks like the car is a handful, Steve. He's been kind of all over the place with Denny Hamlin pushing him.
Yeah, there's a couple times that he's been very high off turn 2, which is surprising as the lead car in the pack. You have the most air. One time I thought Denny could take him 3 wide, chose not to this early in the race. But you wonder with 10 to go, now 9 to go in this stage, if Denny will continue to be that patient.
Parker, I believe you've caught up with the driver of the 5, Kyle Larson. Difficult for the regular season points for the driver of the 5.
Right, Rick, we saw that issue where he pulled to the side, was talking about the engine water temp. So what was the issue here, and did you have any indication that it was failing?
I guess it was the timing belt maybe or something like that. So I didn't really have much of an indication. So I'm sure they'll dig through the data and see if it was happening earlier than when it really let go there. So bummer. I'm sure we'll drop a few spots in the points, so that'll hurt for the playoffs. But either way, yeah, I guess there's one positive. I didn't get caught up in a crash, so we're safe and get to go race next week and get our playoffs started.
Unfortunate for the 5 car, Rick.
Yeah, and end of the regular season, the top 10 in the regular season points all get playoff points based upon where they are. So we know that Chase Elliott has won the regular season championship. He's going to get 15 playoff points. Second in the regular season points, they get 10 playoff points. So those 10 playoff points are huge as you rank the drivers to start the playoffs, Marty.
Rick, should we be surprised Michael McDowell up here in the top 10? He is one of those drivers. If he wins today, he would be in the playoffs. Former Daytona 500 winner, almost got the win at Watkins Glen last week. I asked him, why are you so successful at super speedway races? He said, I'm willing to say no mas. I'm willing to be aggressive when I have to. I'm also willing to say the pack energy does not feel right to me. I'm willing to dump out of the pack, but right now he feels pretty good, keeping it up there close to the top 10 right now.
Michael always just does a nice job of managing it. There's something about it he can kind of feel. And I think they're around these stage ends. 7 to go. You saw that big move by the 43 and the 11 to take control. Just another side note, we mentioned how the 2 of Austin Cindric lost the draft when the 5 had their engine issue. Well, now he is only basically about 9 seconds in front of the pack. So in the next 2 laps, they will lap Austin Cindric. 2 things, guys. Bad for Cindric, but now all this 2 wide in the pack instantly becomes 3 wide.
Yeah, it really does. And we've seen the energy change. Look at that inside line. Once Erik Jones, Denny Hamlin, Blaney, once they got clear of that inside lane, they hung a left. And now they went to the bottom, and now they are driving the energy on that bottom lane, Dave, as the outside's trying to recover.
And Denny Hamlin in second there in the purple and white FedEx car, the number 11, 3-time Daytona 500 winner. And why has he been so good at it? Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, tells me he reacts to the situation instead of trying to control all the chaos all day long. And when you think about what Denny's done, starting 19th all the way up to this position. Yeah, he's reacted quickly to each and every situation so far as we come to the end of stage 1.
Chase Elliott just jumped to the outside. He's trying to be the leader of that outside lane. Alex Bowman could not go with him. He got shoved up the racetrack. Now he is stuck by himself, completely 3 wide on the outside. He's going to the back.
And it's going to be 4 wide here if the 2 doesn't get up to speed or get somebody to help him. Maybe Alex Bowman is going to get behind him and help him stay at pace here.
Look at that front 2 there. Chase Elliott around the outside. Kind of flip-flop from what we saw earlier. Oh, 43.
And the round goes to 11. The 20 also around. Ryan Blaney caught up in this in the 12.
They're wrecking.
Truex barely working his way through there.
Did Blaney get damage here? Yes.
Oh, yes.
Damage to the 12 of Ryan Blaney.
Steering wheel is 180 degrees.
Oh, no, 180 degrees.
He's
that
done,
means,
guys. Look at the right front corner.
Oh, that
it's
means
turned in and not rolling, Jeff.
Yeah, 180 degrees means the steering wheel is turned. The front tires are not aiming where they needed to aim. That means there's damage. How much damage, Steve? That's the question. Is this repairable? We won't know until he gets to pit road.
Yeah, we'll see if it's just a toe link, which is a simple repair for the front, or for the rear. But in the front, much more complicated because of the way the steering works. Whatever is broken on the right front, is repairable. The question is it repairable in 6 minutes?
Right.
I got to come see you this time.
Right here, he's going to come to
that right front sticking out.
Let's take a look at this wreck, though, and see how this damage occurred.
11 cars pushing the 43, just gets him loose, and then he gets very loose. Just chaos behind him. Guys trying to check up. And when you check up, you get ran into.
Check it out. Stay up high, go around it.
Wow.
Truex drives all through this. Look at the 19 there on the right side of the screen. He works his way through all of this, I believe, without any issues.
Junior, he believes only flat spotting the tires, only tire damage on the 19.
Again, the 2 drivers fighting for points, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., and Blaney with damage to his car.
But then you got to remember, though, that with Blaney came in with a 25-point lead, so now Truex still has to find those points. This will be a great view. Let's take a look for Blaney's seat.
Really appreciate that. It's in for still a good talker. Still pushing in front. Still pushing in front. Still tight. Check up.
Rick, I think it goes back to what you mentioned with the handling issues with the 43 when he was out front of the top lane, guys. I thought Danny kind of pushed him loose, but right now on board with Blaney, it seems like they all stack up. I don't know if the 43 had a handling issue and just had to breathe it, and Denny was just too close and they all couldn't react, or if it was a push that turned him sideways, but it definitely started with some sort of stack up in the bottom lane.
We kind of saw some similar things in a Daytona 500 with Harrison Burton, Brad Keselowski, just pushing in the corner. Yes, we are late in the tire run. The tires are worn out. Cars are slicker. Handling's an issue. We've seen the 43 car chasing the back of his car a little bit. Then he pushed him a little bit as they're trying to transition off of 2. Then he sees he gets him loose. Then he checks up. The 12 pops to 11. Turns him down across the apron. Dave.
And there is Eric Jones coming in. He'll get right side Goodyear tires and a fill of fuel. He'll take all 4 here, and they'll fill it up as we have 3 to go on the stage, Marty.
Michael McDowell, Bubba Wallace also on pit road getting 4 fresh Goodyear tires here. A lot of guys saying they're a little more free than they expected to be. Bubba kind of left his stall maybe a little bit early. They wanted him to stay just a bit longer, but they did certainly get enough fuel here with 3 to go in stage 1.
So the decision here, all these cars you see on pit road, they're agendas. Let's talk agendas. They're thinking they have to either win the race or they don't care about the stage points. On the racetrack, though, Chase Elliott leads. Martin Truex Jr. trying to get those points to pass this man, Ryan Blaney.
All right, we knew there'd be wrecks at Daytona. Look right here, the 11 car gets into the back of the 43, but let's see what happens. 43 cars moving around, he's wide open. He lifted right there just a little bit as he just started to get a little bit loose. The 11 got into the back of him. Ryan Blaney could not react quick enough. Ryan Blaney and many others behind it got in this wreck.
Well, Ryan Blaney is on pit road trying to beat the damaged vehicle clock, trying to get off pit road. He'll do it. We'll see if he can maintain minimum speed to reset that clock. On the bottom of the screen, Truex Jr. stays on the racetrack, currently 4th. A 1-lap shootout for the end of the stage. Playoff points are important for Chase Elliott leading. But for Truex, it's all about just scoring points. He has to pass Blaney because, therefore, if we have a new winner, you don't want to be the bottom between Blaney and Truex. So a big 1-lap shootout for Truex there in the second row.
huge playoff implications as we get ready for the restart, and it'll be a one-lap shootout. As I want to thank Geico once again for our aerial coverage. Gives us a great shot of this field here at Daytona. Back up through the gears they go. One lap till the end of stage one.
It'll be important for this 19 car to get in the back of the 22 and push him for as long as he can. That inside line traditionally does really well on restarts. Good job so far. Get that 22 out front.
Now
22 down to the bottom.
Yeah, now the car's on the bottom. Now they're hooked up. But Logano, great job going to the bottom.
Now Truex hopes to get a great shove from Bubba Wallace in the 23.
But right now, the 9 is pushing the 22 way out front. As a matter of fact, he's going to take the lead. He pushed the 22 out front, then decided to try for the lead. Now what will the 19 do as they come through 3 and 4 for the final time here in stage one? The 22 right in the middle. He's going to block either lane, and the 22 is going to win stage one.
And Truex looks like he's going to run in the 5th position. So a few points for Martin Truex Jr. That's good. Playoff point for Joey Logano. They're loving that, Rick.
Fill that bucket. Playoff points so important here at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brad Keselowski no longer in the race. That accident caught him.
It is the 22 of Logano. Aggression early here at Daytona. On pit road they come. Parker.
Joey Logano will be the first here to get to his box. He just said he was a little too free inside that 22 car. We saw a lot of cars struggling in the handling there. He was one of them. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment and 4 Goodyear tires, Dave.
6 stage points for Martin Truex Jr. Crucial as he battles Blaney, who was involved in the wreck. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires here and Sunoco fuel to go through to the next stage. Marty.
Chase Elliott led 28 laps of stage one, but was not happy with his final restart, saying, leave it to me, leave it to me. Alan Gustafson tried to reassure him. 21 has to work his way around the 9 car. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Handling terrific, though, for Chase Elliott.
Race off pit road. Chase Elliott grabbing 6 spots. Not changing tires there on that run on pit road. NASCAR on CNBC is brought to you by Ford. Built Ford proud. Little Caesars. Try our large classic now with 33% more pepperoni. And start saving your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this. Credit One Bank and American Express are giving you the opportunity of a lifetime. Enter for your chance to win tickets to the Daytona 500 for 25 years. And the fans here enjoying this Sunday morning racing, and one person not enjoying it as much as they were at the start of this race is the driver of the 20, Christopher Bell. Parker's with him.
Right, Rick, and he was just released from the infield care center, involved in that accident just before the end of stage one. Christopher, what do you see from your point of view?
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like the 43 just got a little bit loose, and then the rest of it was, along for the ride. But really disappointed for, looking at it just to stack up. Normal speedway race. Disappointed for our group. This Ream car was obviously competitive, started up front, was able to stay up there, and we'll go on to start the playoffs next week.
We're seeing some really aggressive racing out there. Was it as aggressive from inside the car?
I mean, there's just moments, whenever you get out front and we are single file, everyone was taking it easy, and then the top lane starts going, and you got to start pushing to keep up. So just a product of what Daytona and Talladega and now Atlanta is today.
Super speedway racing, guys.
Dave.
And the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. among those who came to pit road now to top off the fuel. The comment to Martin was, we're in the back anyway, meaning that a lot of cars had pitted before them. And so when they came down pit road, they were kind of near the back anyhow. So Truex will now have a full tank of Sunoco fuel. Steve, how far would you like to take that into the second stage here?
Well, 56 laps to go. You think you could run probably 46, 48 laps. So now is a really quick, short fill at some point. That would be how this 19 gets her track position back, I assume. Plus, with the 18 car behind him, had a penalty of removing equipment or running over equipment. So now he's back there with the teammate, Marty.
Yeah, and you see Chase Elliott also among those cars who topped off, Steve. Alan Gustafson making that same exact call. So, yeah, Alan saying, hey, I want to make the next stop as short as I possibly can. How much would that, even one lap under caution, buy them, Steve, on the racetrack under green?
Well, it all adds up. It's not a whole lot, but, you know, tenths of a second matter on pit road. Plus, you know, you wonder if maybe that got a little bit crazy at the end, and now that there's some guys eliminated, if they want to ride around the back, Parker.
Steve, just a shout out to Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief on this 12 team, who's expertly guided this team through a very high pressure scenario. Though after that crash, they were able to fix the right front. They went 2 laps down. They got off the DVP. Blaney had to do that on left side tires that are flat spotted. They've changed those tires. They've fixed the toe, and this may just keep them in a shot for the playoffs. You see that Bradley Bruce number 12 car.
Yeah, that 1 lap shootout got the 12 off that damaged vehicle policy.
Field approaching the Geico restart zone as we're getting underway now with stage 2 from Daytona.
Completely different look to the front of the field now.
Yeah, we got a lot of players up there. Bubba Wallace inching out front. A little side draft, though, from Corey LaJoie on the inside. Stenhouse trying to get the back bumper of that 7 car on the inside to be able to push him clear. Eric Jones still on the outside line.
And behind that, Joey Logano made it 3 wide entering turn 1, trying to lead that outside line. And the 8 of Tyler Reddick saw that coming, and he jumped up in front of it. Now the 48 of Bowman, he's trying to lead that outside line.
Michael McDowell jumps up in the outside line as well, right behind the 43 car of Eric Jones. That's going to push that line forward. Bubba Wallace leads them right here. The inside line's trying to organize. Not enough cars down there, Jeff. A little bit of space between them. That outside line all lined up bumper to bumper to bumper. Corey LaJoie and Stenhouse on the inside struggling right now to keep pace, and you see them dropping back.
You want to keep your eyes on the 43 of Jones. Remember, ill-handling car, and right now running up here in the 2nd spot as that outside line making a run. Here comes Christopher Buescher in the 17. Dave.
And Rick, the driver of the 43, confirmed to his team before that pit stop, very, very loose. So they made a big adjustment there to try to keep Eric in this show and on his way to the playoffs if he can win this race.
A lot of times you'll get loose in the super speedway races being the lead car like the 43 was. You got a lot of air on the nose. You got a car behind you taking all the air off the back of the car, lifting the air off the rear spoiler.
There he goes again. Eric Jones out front in the 43.
The other thing is, as all these cars are 3 wide, the cars do not drive as well, and the track temp, it's coming up. Sun's out, track temps keeps inching up higher and higher and higher. That's going to make the handling worse.
It's pretty intense right here. Stage 2, and we're 3 wide in the 3rd row. All the way back. And I think it's a product of all the drivers that are up there. All these guys are win and get in the playoffs.
And you see on the bottom of the left screen, or the left side of your screen, playoff bubble. With Eric Jones leading, that knocks Truex out. And as soon as he's not leading, somebody who's not a new winner potentially, that lets those 2 points drivers back in.
And that's really because of this remarkable job this 12 team of Ryan Blaney did. They repaired that car. They got back on the racetrack. And I thought this car was done. I thought the hit it took and the damage to the right front, it looked completely finished to me. Great job by the 12 team spending their day.
Outside line, looked like there's almost a little contact there. Chris Buescher getting a shove from the 48 car.
Corey LaJoie going up to block.
All the way to the 3rd lane, Rick. Going up there to slow that run down. Marty.
Oh, look how aggressive Chris Buescher is willing to be up front, something he has had to learn at these super speedway races. At the beginning of the year, he sat down and watched some film with his owner, Brad Keselowski, who kind of coached him through, here's how you need to manage a race. Buescher told me before the race, only one thing matters to us today, a win. I'm not worried about stage points. I'm not worried about anything. If I'm in a position to keep it up front, I will do it. Right now, he's doing that and making that high line work. But also remember, his teammate, Brad Keselowski, now out of the race, so he doesn't have that drafting partner to work with him.
And a reminder, the reason Corey LaJoie right now is not eligible for the playoffs is he is not in the top 30 in points. That's one of the criteria, and he can't get there. Even with earning the most points you could possibly earn in this race and winning, he couldn't get into the top 30, so he's not playoff eligible. Listen in to Joey Logano's radio.
Okay, this is the getting crazy with those guys, you know. Just considering what's on the line for them and if there's weather on the area, it's going to get nuts.
That's great information. That tells you why this pack is so intense right now. These guys worried about the weather, racing to the end of the stage, racing to the halfway mark. 80 laps into the race. We're at lap 46 right here. This is pretty crazy. 3 wide, all bumper to bumper. A lot of cars moving around. Potential to have an accident any moment. Now that bottom line thinned out a little bit.
It's thinned out, but they're 3 wide behind us, so there's no real major energy coming. The straight ride, the Coke Zero Sugar Cam, Joey Logano. You can see what he's trying to do. He wants to push Denny Hamlin, but there's somebody right there in front of Denny Hamlin. You can't push him into that guy in front of him and then cause a wreck. Look at the visibility. And this visibility is much better than Joey Logano's got. It's higher than his eyes. You can hardly see, once they get on the straightaway, you can hardly see who's in front of him. You don't know what's going to happen. Look at that. You have no idea what's happened directly in front of you. That's one of the most difficult parts about speedway racing. He wants to get up there and just push him, but he cannot push him into this wreck.
Chase Elliott, who led laps early on, 28 laps. He's mired back here in the field, running 18th right now.
That inside line with McDowell, or that middle line with McDowell dropping back slowly. That's frustrating for all those guys in that line, not to be able to figure out how to get that line moving forward.
Tyler Reddick diving all the way down to that inside line to get in front of Chase Elliott.
Yeah, that was interesting. He saw 2 cars, only 2 cars in front of him. Just felt like there wasn't going to be enough power up there. But now that outside line is starting to form up just a little bit.
Dave.
22-year-old Todd Gilliland has a chance to get into the playoffs with a win here in the black number 38, and he could do it. Seth Barber told me this morning our only real strategy is to avoid all the wrecks and give ourselves a chance at the end. So far, he's done that, Parker. Avoided the early stuff, and the 38, if he's there at the end, could get it done.
Right, Dave, and what a great run for Coy Joy, as we pointed out, even leading some last year. Remember, he did the same thing last year when he was playoff eligible, and I had a long conversation with him yesterday about this race and how he would tackle it not being playoff eligible if they won this race. He said, I'm going to evaluate my car, but if I've got something I feel like can be up front, I'm going to keep it up there, and he's done that so far in this race.
Erik Jones is on this list. He's out front. Win and get into the playoffs. That's what quite a few drivers are hoping to do today. 44 laps to go in stage 2 of the NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona. The Coke Zero Sugar 400 field. We're proud to start finish line. NASCAR Mobile, the official live app of NASCAR.
This racing's been crazy. Usually we see them go to the top of the racetrack, ride around single file. And I went to the Talladega race and worked that race, and I was blown away by how intense they ran through stage 1 and stage 2. Still doing it today here in Daytona, giving us some great action. And these are the guys that got to win to get in the playoffs, and they're up there trying to make it happen. Chris Buescher, Erik Jones. Corey LaJoie always finding his way up toward the front in these super speedway races. Even in Atlanta, gets everything he can out of that 7 car for Spire.
Todd Gilliland also playoff eligible if he could get up front, win this race.
Aric Almirola back there too, Rick. We know he's great at super speedways, always up front. Has a new sort of lease on his racing career, signed a new deal, extend. He's going to retire, decided not to retire, coming back for a couple years. Dave.
And Junior, he said that Smithfield was excited about it, and SHR was excited about it, and the kids were even excited about it because they've grown up here at the racetrack. The only downside is young Abby may not get a pony for another year or so. 16th season now for Aric Almirola in the Cup Series. Pony on hold, Rick.
Well, suffered through not having a pony for maybe another 2 years.
I played a little NASCAR heat with his son yesterday. He said he was thrilled that his dad's going to be going back to the racetrack. He loves being here, watching his dad race.
He buries the lead, man. Who won?
I did, of course.
Oh, okay. Just checking. I don't know if you got to pick on the kid. I mean, you know, okay.
Marty.
Alex Bowman up front really pushing that high line. Earlier he was pushing Chris Buescher. There he pushes Erik Jones out to the lead. He has been committed to that line and being aggressive all day long, which is something Greg Ives, his crew chief, has really worked with him here on the super speedway races. Earlier this week, Greg Ives said, I'm going to hang it up after 2022 as a crew chief. He is really a terrific mind in the garage area and has really guided some great drivers like you, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Greg Ives saying, hey, I want to spend more time with my family. He is missing his daughter's 16th birthday to be at the racetrack today. He said, that's a perfect example of why I'm ready to be at the shop and not at the track.
Those are the moments. I mean, I had to make that same decision, and I remember it was those moments that you miss that you love what you do, but it gets to a point where you have to make a shift. I was happy to see that Greg got to make this decision and stay with the company. Hendrick has so much going on. I'm sure he'll be a very vital asset to that organization, even moving forward when he gets off the pit box.
Denny Hamlin in the 22. Joey Logano got that outside line run, and they're pushing Bowman up toward the front. Jones is going to try to go up there and block this run. Going to try to take that momentum.
We were talking crew chiefs there moments ago. A tip of the hat to Dave Ellens, crew chief for the 43, coming over to Petty GMS and really bringing this organization back up to where it's been. Richard Petty won at this racetrack 10 times, and it's familiar to see a 43 running up front here, but now it's Erik Jones behind the wheel as that inside line with William Byron challenging for the lead.
Yeah, Byron's worked his way up through this pack a little bit at a time. Now nosing out ahead of Jones for the lead off of turn 4. He's getting a little help from Buescher behind him. Just incredible racing. I mean, this takes so much concentration, so much focus to push the guy as hard as you can without wrecking him. And as these guys get more and more laps on these tires, the cars are going to start to have handling issues, as we've seen in the first stage.
This pack rocketing around the racetrack at over 193 miles an hour average. And now it's side by side for the lead between the 24 of William Byron, who's getting a push from Chris Buescher, and the 43 of Erik Jones, getting a little help there from Alex Bowman in the 48.
Yeah, we saw Erik, his car not handling well earlier in the race, but up the racetrack, if they actually drive a little better, you don't have to turn the steering wheel quite as much. So those handling issues may not be as bad. Of course, they had a chance to make a chassis adjustment as well, but ultimately, sometimes your car just drives better when you don't get that thing on the left side on that yellow line. It just doesn't make you have to turn the wheel. The car doesn't get planted the same. And you see, to me, this car just looks like it drives better than it did early. That's great for the guy pushing him, right? When you are lined up to the guy in front of you and that car is moving around, you're very reluctant to push him, Dave. But if it's steady and calm, you have a lot of confidence.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you're talking about the 24 there. No confidence moving up in the first stage, and now much better. They made an adjustment on that 24 car. And William is very good at this discipline. He knows how to get it done on a track like this. But it was interesting, the last radio transmission to Byron from the pit box, keep being smart and just ride when you can. Well, Marty, I guess riding at the front is something you can do here as well.
Chris Buescher has been the pusher, Dave, first on the top and now on the bottom, trying to make both of those lanes work, but he's trying to push William Byron to the lead. And Steve, I don't know if you're surprised a little bit. I'm surprised how much the tandem is working. Buescher's made it work twice, working with Alex Bowman on the high line, now working with William Byron on the low line. And Mike Herman, the spotter, will say off of it. So he gets on for about 3-4 seconds. He'll push the 24, and then he'll hop off of it. That's what they're doing on the high line right now with Erik Jones and Alex Bowman.
Well, the concern with that tandem is if you look at these cars in the garage area, the bumpers are anything but square. They're very curved if you look from above. So it's very easy to get offset while you're shoving and get a guy turned around.
Tell Molly to push me in the flat parts. I cannot get pushed.
Yeah, so that was a 24 radio. You saw a little bobble from Byron off of turn 4, and he's saying, stop pushing me in the turn. Do not push me in the banking or the transitions. The car is uncomfortable. Only push me when we're absolutely on the flat. And he ain't the only one out there dealing with these type of issues.
And that's okay when you got the same guy behind you for lap after lap, but when this thing starts getting mixed up and you got a new guy behind you, you don't have time to give that information. You see they're lapping Blaney, Vance Auto Parts Cam They want to fix that car, but he still does not have the speed to stay with these faster cars. Get lapped again.
Well, some of it I think was by choice. Look at the hood right now. When he gets around another car, this hood goes crazy, right? This thing moves up and down. By himself, it's a little bit calmer. NASCAR's let this 12 car know next time you come to pit road, work a plan. We want to see that more secure. We're not going to black flag you because it's been riding around. It hasn't come off. But in the draft, it's crazy. I think he's almost better off to be riding by himself, even though he's losing time.
It's Erik Jones out in front at Daytona. Again, just 34 laps to go in stage 2. New to the front, the 11 of Denny Hamlin. As we take a look at the Toyota driver update. Currently up front, has led a lap. Looks like he's going to try to bring the entire field up to the high line here. He started 19th and now has led his second lap up front here at Daytona on this Sunday morning race. Marty?
Hey guys, Bubba Wallace got shuffled out. He is back in the 23rd position right now. And look, the boss is on top of the pit box. Once Bubba got shuffled out, he said, hey, I'm going to ride back here until the end of the stage, or at least until our pit stop. Hey, Junior, by the way, Michael Jordan here on the pit box. Do you remember what happened at Nashville when Michael came out for qualifying and Bubba was supposed to be the fastest car and didn't qualify so well? So Michael's got it down now as an owner. I don't know if you do as well, but Michael doesn't come to the pit box until the race has started. So he doesn't want to jinx Bubba, but MJ sitting on the pit box right now for his driver, Bubba Wallace.
Don't want to make him nervous?
I guess so. That's probably a good thing.
An athlete superstitious? That seems surprising.
I think that, you know, when the owner comes to the car before the race, it changes the mood around that car for sure. It makes things a little more tense.
One of the fastest cars we're seeing on the racetrack right now, at least as far as gaining positions, has to be Harrison Burton, running in the 3rd position right now with the 21. He had a great first stage, finished 3rd in stage 1, and now running in that 3rd spot up on the high line as the low line's starting to get some more momentum. But Harrison Burton having a great run early in this race.
Well, things got mixed up. Saw that outside line kind of running by itself. This is how it all started. Now they're Chris Buescher in 3 and 4, approaching turn 4. Watch what happens. 24 gets up the racetrack. He tries to go underneath him, a little bit of contact. And the only thing he can do is just get out of the way. Hang a left. You know it's safe down there. So see the 24 up the racetrack? Buescher had nothing to do, and just nice, smart move, not an overcorrection, not an overreaction. Just get the car calm back down, get back in line.
Now that inside line's worked their way up there. I thought that for sure with Denny Hamlin, Logano leading that outside, they were going to take over. The rest of the field would bail on this inside. Ross Chastain, though, has other ideas as he's bringing Bowman. All those guys along with him, they're inching back forward to make this 2x2 fight up for the lead. A little bit of gap between the 1, the 48, the 43 on the inside line. They're starting to close that back up. That'll create a little energy, and they'll move forward a little bit. But it is a slow process with this car. The side draft's a little less than with the older car. Can't really use, you don't see as much guys moving around to side draft each other as much as we used to.
Yeah, check this out as we ride along with Daniel Suarez with the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar Cam. Look right there on the left side. That is a digital mirror. You see above him, up high in the middle of the car, that's the traditional mirror. But on this left, that's literally a camera-driven mirror that he can look at, and it gives a great range. It's mounted on top of the roof, facing backwards, and look how much he can see to the left and to the right. A lot of drivers are using this on super speedways, and they put it right there because they don't have to look up. They can keep their eyes on the racetrack all the time, just a little glance, and that mirror gives them all the information that they need.
That inside line is falling apart right now. The 16 car, Hemrick, dove down to lead that line. You see him right there. Nobody really likes that idea. And you can see them all trying to figure out how to get around Hemrick. I don't think that anybody really wants or believes that this 16 car can take them to the front. We'll see. Maybe Daniel will buy in.
He's got Chase Elliott behind him.
He's up the track.
Yeah. Suarez shuffled out.
Yeah, he wasn't handling really well right there. Ready to turn left. Saw a gap in the top. Going to jump to the top. Yeah, it's interesting when a car that nobody really knows well or trusts as far as the pace or speed starts to lead a line. Everybody bails on that. You can see this outside line now. with more cars in it. Marty.
Junior on a day when everybody thought it would be a track position race here at Daytona. Harrison Burton saying, nah, not so fast. He started 29th today. He is up in the 3rd position. Once he got to the top 10, he has been able to stay there. I talked to him before the race. He said, always a 50-50 shot. But remember how well he ran in the Daytona 500. He said, today I want to continue to earn that respect and show I can be a trustworthy pusher, and you can push me as well, Parker.
And Marty, another driver disproving that theory that you can't pass here today is that 18 car of Kyle Busch. He restarted on this run back in 31st, up 27 positions, up to 4th. He says the race car is just a little bit tight right now as they ride in that top lane behind the 21, but obviously got some speed in that 18 and able to make passes here at this track.
We saw Eric Jones up toward the front most of this race, but the last couple laps pulled over on the back straightaway, lifted, dropped all the way to the back of this pack. Let's listen to this 43 radio.
Gonna have to drop back, man. I'm getting way too loose off the floor. Hi, simple. I'll let Brandon know.
Man, that is wild. And this is, you know, we just never hear about cars having handling issues at Daytona. With the repave, we had a lot of grip, but now the grip in this track's going away. The surface is aging, and running this race during the day has been a challenge for these drivers, Parker.
Another driver that's up in the top 5 that sort of crept up there, Justin Haley in that 31 car for Kaulig Racing, one of those drivers that if he were to win would put himself in the playoffs. So we know how good he is at super speedways in the Xfinity Series. Obviously won this race in a rain-shortened race a couple years ago. And I asked him, and I've talked to him a lot about what makes you so good at super speedways. And he said, to be honest, I don't do anything. I let the lines play out for me. I let the moves happen. I'm not the one that you're going to see making those aggressive moves. Those lines play out for me, and I just find myself at the right position at the right time. The exact opposite of maybe that 22 car and Joe Logano there, who will be very aggressive, making those big moves. You'll see that 31 car sort of hang out, but he'll be in the right position when it matters. And right now, finding himself in the top 5.
Yeah, Parker, a lot of guys are sort of kind of hanging out right now, Steve, and I think the reason why is we got green flag pit stops potentially coming soon, and we see almost every super speedway race, green flag stops, people get themselves in trouble trying to get on pit road.
Yeah, 10 laps until pit stop. Splash of gas if you want to win the stage, 4 tires if you're preparing for the end of the race.
Vance here, and I'm at my favorite place again.
Sorry, did you say your name is Ed Vance?
That's me.
Like advance?
Crazy, right? And it just so happens he knows everything in advance.
Oh, you know the future? Did you know I needed 10W30?
No. I just know everything here in Advance Auto Parts, like where the 10W30 is.
So you don't know what I'll do next?
Actually, I do. You will be going to the oil aisle.
He's good.
He's Advance.
I spent a lot of time here.
He's here a lot.
This is how we advance.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door, extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
T-Mobile has 5G here, and we also cover you up here. Yup. Get free Wi-Fi now with streaming all flight long. We do coverage differently, with expanded high-speed data across the world. So you're connected here, and here? Not yet. But down here, you're covered with a year of AAA roadside assistance on us. On the ground, in the air, or overseas, T-Mobile has coverage beyond the expected.
Dad, which one's your favorite?
I'm gonna go with Josh.
Yes. I'm sorry, what? I was talking about the types of chicken.
Come on, you know I love all my chickens. He is a really sweet kid, though.
Did you just fist bump?
We love our new neighborhood.
Yeah. Great schools, wonderful neighbors, so helpful.
Maybe too helpful. Well, at least Geico made bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save so much money.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
This is where it all starts. Darlington. Here, the walls can talk. And folks, they're gonna have their say. So, you want to be a NASCAR champion?
The round of 16 begins this evening.
Taming Darlington is your first step. And boy, is it a doozy. The NASCAR playoffs begin at Darlington on USA.
Tank 101. Read the room.
We're from the same tribe. We're exactly the same.
What tribe is that, baby?
You know, young, handsome, and built.
Watch Shark Tank tonight starting at 9 Eastern. CNBC.
Green flag pit stops about to take place here in the NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona. The Coke Zero Sugar 400 Toyotas coming to pit road. Parker.
All right, Rick, you see just fuel going in that 18 car of Kyle Busch as these Toyotas try to have the minimal time on pit road. Dave?
Looks like it's going to be the same for Denny Hamlin, Sunoco fuel only, and for the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., who was back on the grid, but it was such a tight pack, he didn't lose much time. He got right with his Toyota teammates, Marty.
Rudy Barker saying 5 seconds of fuel for Bubba Wallace. We ride on board as he goes back out on the racetrack to see the Toyotas coming 1 lap earlier than everybody else. We do expect several teams coming down pit road on this lap.
Yeah, the Toyotas have now shown their hand, right? They took gas only, which tells me they are trying to win the stage. They'll pit again at the end of the stage. We jump back to the pack because I thought there would be another wave of cars to pit right there, but they stay together, very organized. Why that hurts the Toyotas is this group right here is running way faster than these 3 little Toyotas, right? These 3 guys are organized, but look at this monstrous pack, very organized, single file. But Jeff, you love coming with only 4 cars, right? You feel like you can get onto pit road very clean. We'll see what this big group looks like coming to pit road if they come right now. Oh, here we go. Hands out the window. You see all the left hands out the window. That's at the end of the backstretch.
See right here, Bubba Wallace, he hasn't been able to catch the pack, so they're having to slow down to drag him to them so they can get a draft picked up.
Now here they go. We saw the hands out the window. How many are going to turn left? 5, 8, 10. We'll call it the whole field.
Yeah,
basically
it looks like the 9 of Chase Elliott locking up the tires there, too, to get to pit road speed.
That's 8.
Parker.
And guys, Joey Logano leads this whole pack of Fords and Chevys, and they were purposely pitting near each other because they did not expect to pit at the same time as you see right sides for Joey Logano. Chaos on pit road, Marty.
Boy, this is what happens when everybody comes on pit road, nearly a wreck. Chase Elliott coming in. It's going to be fuel only. Also Harrison Burton here. They're going to go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires, actually left side tires for Harrison Burton. And the 9 was fuel only. Steve, would you be worried about those tires? Seemed to get a little bit of flat spot there when he came to pit road.
I'm worried about everything that just happened in this pit cycle. That might be the biggest pack of green flag pit stops I have ever seen. Now it was dicing on pit road, dicing off pit road. And here comes the Toyotas at speed. And I believe they're going to take the lead, and I don't think it's the out lap or the in lap. I think it's just getting on pit road. Jeff, you always say less cars, you can be more aggressive to come to pit road. The Toyotas came very small. They really, really attacked it. We'll see how good this momentum is, though. This inside lane starting to get organized, Parker.
Steve, one of the things that I said there was that the Chevys and the Fords purposely pitted near each other. As you look, a Chevy going below there, Joe Logano, I believe that's Chase Elliott, so that they thought they would be pitting at different times. They'd have room on pit road. That was not the case.
And look at that right there. Joe Logano knew they were coming, so he jumped up. Now the question is, right, will the momentum of the Toyotas work on the top side? Dale Jr., if you're one of these cars on the bottom, I'm guessing you're just wide open, nose to tail, trying to be efficient.
Well, we talked about cars sliding tires on the pit road. One of those cars that had a lot of smoke was that 8 car second in line on the inside, Tyler Reddick. You have to wonder if he has a flat spot, any kind of vibration, and with that tire, will it hold on? A few more laps left in this stage.
Yeah, 15 to go in stage 2, and it looks like that inside line is going to stay strong just in front of the Toyotas who pitted earlier.
Rick, a little surprised a group of cars didn't just come take 4 tires. They would have had a long pit stop, and they would have come out about a half a lap back. Maybe just thought with 14 laps to go, they wouldn't have been able to keep up, maybe lose a lap, but surprising everyone did a short stop of either 2 tires or gas only.
Reddick jumps into the outside line. Now that allows Stenhouse to come up there behind the 9 car on the inside. That 47 car, Ricky Stenhouse pushing the 9 of Chase Elliott out front on the inside here. The outside line. Reddick getting a little bit of loose. A push from the 18 car right there in the middle of the corner. Kyle Busch pushing Tyler Reddick down the back straightaway. A big run.
Question mark still. The tires on the 8 of Reddick. Again, he flat spotted or slid those coming in, and he's getting pushed to the front of the field now.
That 47 car, second row back, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. We see every time we come to super speedway races, he is in the middle of it. He's worked himself up to the front of this pack. He's going to be aggressive. He has to win if he wants to make the playoffs. He's really good at this, and he's really good at it by pushing the issue.
Look at this outside line.
And these Toyotas.
I'm impressed. They've been able to clear at least 2 cars, almost 3 on Chase Elliott on the bottom. Dave, what you got on this 8 car?
Leading the race, Junior, and safely in the playoffs. Tyler Reddick has a very weird feeling race car all day long as you see him get the push from Kyle Busch there. The steering is giving him no feedback. He's tried to give Randall Burnett, his crew chief, different ways of describing what's going on there. He said it feels like the torsion bar is rubber. There's usually just a little bit of flex there. So Reddick to the front, but with kind of a weird race car right now.
You can see that car moving around. He's got his hands full, mainly because of Kyle Busch right on his back bumper through the corners. We've heard drivers complain about being pushed in the corner. I don't think Kyle's actually making contact in the corners, but it's really upset this 8 car how close this 18 is to the back bumper. You see it right there. Not quite pushing him, but close enough to make that car really loose.
And a little look into the future right here. Tyler Reddick announced that he is signed with Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan's team, their Toyotas, for not next year, but the year after. Look who's lined up behind him, all his Toyota future teammates.
And in the now, not looking in the future, you look at the 19, he needs as many points as he can get, so he's not in the bottom of the point situation as to getting into the playoffs. And right now, it's Martin Truex Jr. who is 4th back in that outside line, needing every point he can get.
Guys, you can feel the intensity picking up. You know, as we tend to go in this stage, laps keep winding down for the end of this race. You can just feel the intensity picking up. You can see it in the moves the drivers are making.
It's past the halfway point of the race. It will be official if there was weather that came in the area. Right now, everything's looking good on the radar.
Reddick is clear now, and to move down to the inside line in front of Chase Elliott. That leaves that outside line open for Denny Hamlin to push his teammate Kyle Busch out here. Reddick back to the top to try to block that momentum on the top. Back to the bottom, trying to block the inside.
Yeah, you thought it was aggressive before, but with Tyler Reddick up in front, you're going to see what aggression looks like from the leader. He will cross lanes quicker than anybody, make moves quicker than anybody.
Got a big push there from the 18. Tyler Reddick on the outside. On that inside, it is still the 9 of Chase Elliott.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman?
Nope. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Welcome to Subway's biggest refresh yet. They're drafting 12 new subs for their all-new Subway Series menu.
You've never seen subs like this before, Chuck. Meteoric meatiness and Chowtown cheesiness.
Let's go to our panel for more appetizing analysis.
The new Monsters Bacon has consummate, craveable crispiness.
The new boss is a perfect 10.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Grog, thank you for nothing.
The new Subway Series. What's your pick?
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive, because we only serve those who honorably served. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
Toyota, let's go places.
The Night Race. It's as American as Uncle Sam deadlifting 350 while drinking a Busch Light outside his camper in a national park. It's as American as Earnhardt rattling Terry's cage. It's the Best Pro Shops night race at Bristol Motor Speedway. And it's a cutoff race in the NASCAR playoffs. You remember what happened last year, right? Be there September 17th. Go to BristolMotorspeedway.com and get your tickets before they're gone.
It's Bristol, baby!
Scan this code or become a member today at CNBC.com.
NASCAR fans, don't let anything pass you by. The official app of NASCAR Tracks lets you stay up to date on the latest race and event information from all your favorite tracks. Search NASCAR Tracks in the App Store to download for free. Coming up right after the race, it will be the NASCAR America post-race show here on CNBC, and then plenty more racing to go. It's the IMSA WeatherTech racing from VIR. It's the GT-only weekend from VIR. That means the GT Daytona and the GT Daytona Pro classes are racing. Right now, Pfaff Porsche, they've clinched the championship in the GTD Pro, but a lot of fun. The IMSA WeatherTech series, again, that'll be coming up right after this race here on CNBC. Dave.
Rick, 4 Toyotas in the top line there. The 1 third in line, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He needs stage points as we come to the end of this stage. Listen to the 11 radio right in front of him.
Gotta be Toyotas. Yep, I'm aware. Martin needs all the points he can get. Let Martin know on the last lap coming through the line. I will give him the spot. Okay, Martin said just help him brace.
Oh, there you go. Denny trying to do as much as he can for his teammate Martin Truex Jr. Jeff Burton, how hard would that be to quote-unquote give Martin a spot there coming to the checkers?
Well, it'd be really hard because everybody else doesn't care. And the fact is that all these guys, with the exception of these Toyotas, they want track position. And even Bubba Wallace, he's in a situation where he needs to win. He's back there in that outside lane. So, yeah, it's easy to say. It's another thing to do.
4 laps to go to the end of stage 2. That outside line with the Toyotas working really hard. Denny Hamlin trying to push Kyle Busch out front, trying to push him clear.
Still separation between those 4 Toyotas.
Here
Bubba trying to do the same as their little momentum building.
Yep, here they come.
You can see what happens, though. One line will get a run, then it'll slow that other line down. Then they get bunched back up and get a big push. Then that bottom line takes it.
Denny's thinking about going to the bottom. Decided against it. He's going to stay up top, get back here and get his help.
Wasn't clear. So
Kyle goes down there.
Yeah, now he's going to block that inside line.
Denny's probably like, man, if I'd have known he's going to do that, I'd have did this in the middle of 3 and 4. I'd have went with you.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick, he tried to jump to the outside of Kyle Busch. Kyle wasn't having it. Now that puts the 9 car leading this inside line of Chase Elliott, with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to push him.
That interesting dynamic. Right now, Tyler Reddick racing for RCR. He jumps up into the Toyota line.
And I never thought I'd say this, but a stage win, I think, would build some momentum for the 18. It has been a rough summer for Kyle Busch. Contract negotiations, a big storyline. Just a stage win, I think, could be enough to at least turn the news cycle better for this 18 car.
Inside line's lost all of its momentum right here. Look at the outside line. Only 3 cars, really 4 or 5 on the bottom.
And that was all because of Reddick moving out of the inside line. It really disturbed everything happening there, took all the energy out of it. And Reddick, a Chevrolet, gets up here into the Toyota line, but they're going to boot him out.
Yeah, they shuffled him out.
And that's going to pick this inside line momentum back up. Now look at all of them driving to the bottom.
It's 4 Toyotas once again. 1, 2, 3, 4 here at Daytona.
And Chase Elliott doing Chase Elliott things. He's never one to ride in line. He's always trying to push the issue. He jumped to that outside trying to be the leader of that line. We never see him just content. He's always changing lanes trying to make something happen.
And so is the 22. Logano jumps out of line on that inside. He gets in front of Elliott.
Chase is going to try to get to the back bumper of this 22 right here. Trying, now he connects, pushes, going to have to turn him loose in the travel a little bit.
Here comes the high line, 1 lap to go in stage 2.
Tons of speed in this top lane. Kyle Busch decided not to try to go up and block it. It was so much momentum, he just couldn't do it.
Way up the racetrack now. Todd Gilliland through the middle. That's going to break it up. Chase is going to go to the back here.
The 9 gets shuffled out. Now the 11 moves to the outside for that outside line.
Then he to the top. Truex now in the back bumper of this 18 car.
Kyle Busch hasn't been able to clear the 11. The 11 running up the racetrack. What will they do for the 19? Needing the most points out of all the Toyotas.
Denny side drafted him a little bit there.
Kyle Busch goes a little high. Here comes the 19, but it's Kyle Busch. He's going to win stage 2.
Denny did come out of the gas and let that 19 through.
Kyle Busch, you know, his last win here was 2008. To do the numbers, that's 5,167 days ago. It's been that long here at Daytona. If you look at the hood of the 12 of Ryan Blaney, it is very difficult for him in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. NASCAR on CNBC is brought to you by New Coke Zero Sugar, now even more delicious. Credit One Bank, a credit card company. Applebee's, help us crush childhood cancer. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Parker.
Stage 2 winner Kyle Busch will take 4 tires here. He says it's a little free out front, so don't touch it when I pull back the pack. I like that turn. They're going to fill it full fuel, Dave.
9 more stage points for Martin Truex Jr. He has to wait on the fuel, so they will change 4 Goodyear tires. Noah Gragson is going to pit right in front of him, so have to be careful leaving pit road, Marty.
Bubba Wallace coming to pit road as well. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They're going to hold him and wait on the fuel here. They do release him. Booty Barker told him there is rain at the beach. It might be coming this way. You have to be uber aggressive to start stage 3.
Big pickup there for the 34 of Michael McDowell. We'll be back for the restart of stage 3. We're mapping the schedule presented by Advance Auto Parts. Next week we're in Darlington. And if any of you are traveling fans running into car issues, Advance Auto Parts is there for all of your car needs. And watch your speed when you go through McBee. You see that inclement weather. That is to the north and a little bit to the east, close to the beach. And we've heard crew chiefs and teams.
What did you say about rain over there in 3? I said it's raining hard now. Exactly.
Yeah, that's Ty Dillon, and he's out front.
Great, in my eyes, great strategy by those guys. Ty Dillon, McLeod, McDowell, Buscher. Why not? Why not stay out? Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, Ty was running 19th. Ty Dillon was staying. Oh, look, he's going to commit. We start talking about him. The rain's not here.
I wouldn't have given up on this strategy that
Come on, Ty. You had us convinced. Remember, it's not just rain. It's that electricity thing. We saw Justin Haley do it once here before.
McDowell, he pitted on lap 97, so he's pretty much on the same sequence as everybody else. But I would have liked to see those guys play that strategy out.
Yeah, well, now with 1 to go, they bailed off the strategy, which I guess would be the time to change. But you see that dark cloud right there, Rick?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it could be raining any minute.
Yeah.
Any second, it could start raining. Dave.
And you all have played How It Started, How's It Going? Listen to these 2 radio transmissions from Martin Truex Jr.'s crew.
Thank you, Denny Hamlin. You did a good job there. Good job. Yeah, man. Don't look good at all. So stick with the program. Just stay up front here. If it gets stupid and we think the rain ain't going to come, then maybe we'll go back. But I think just keep with it. It's over at the beach right now. 4.
How It Started, teammate Denny Hamlin going slow a couple of times there to help Martin Truex get those 9 stage points. How it's going? Well, right up front for right now. We'll see what happens next.
All right, so the thank you on the 19 radio to Denny Hamlin. All right, Dale Jr., we watched this. Take me through it. We have Hamlin on the bottom lane. How does he work this so magically to help his teammate, the 19?
Well, he's lined up with his teammates, and he gets out of line. He says, you know what, I'll pull up here, and I'm just going to ride right beside this 19. I'm going to sit in front of this 22. And he's getting a little push that he probably wasn't expecting from the 22. Joey's like, hey, let's go. Let's go to the front. But Denny's like, I'm not going to do that. A little side draft right here surprised me. But then you'll see him right here. He kind of moves to the middle. Joey sees what's going on, goes to the outside. Denny starts to throttle back.
That is so well done, right at the line. I mean, it's easy to say, hey, help your guy out, but then being able to make it look that easy, pretty impressive.
Leading the field with, of course, this look back on the field, the Coke Zero Sugar pace car cam. And now the field. Coming up on the Geico Restart Zone to get stage 3 underway. McDowell in the 34 on the inside, the Daytona 500 winner. alongside the 11 of Denny Hamlin, a 3-time Daytona 500 winner. And McDowell taking that inside lane and running strong with it. Let's see how the Penske cars that are teamed up here, if they can help push that 34.
Toyota's organized up top. One Toyota missing the 18 of Kyle Busch. Too fast entering. That penalty puts him back to 31st. We'll see if he can catch back up to his teammates.
There he is, trying to work his way back through the pack.
Comes up to Ty Dillon in the 42.
And these drivers have been told that there's...
Uh-oh.
Denny
Vibration,
Hamlin.
is that the 11?
Yeah, that was Denny Hamlin.
So the last thing here you have is a wheel come off at Daytona.
The Fords not going to stick together. Logano's going to jump that outside line with his teammate Cindric. They're going to bring the Toyotas with them. Cindric really loose on the nose of that 11 car. Look at the two car. Got his hands full. Parker.
And guys, as we saw them get rid of that Ford of Mike McDowell, the 2
Oh, he's fun. Here's the big wreck right here. The 34 catches the 7. The 19's
Stay where you are.
Let's see if 19 gets any big damage right here so far. Doesn't look like any big hits. Oh, right front.
Yeah, the right front fender torn off. And so the caution comes out with 59 laps to go. Martin Truex Jr. had fought to within 10 points of Ryan Blaney, who was involved in an accident earlier in the race. Again, the two fighting to be the top in points. They know that at least one of them will get in.
I hear what Martin's saying. I'm not so sure. I don't agree with him. I mean, you've gained that many points. Why be in the middle of it? Enough guys are laying back at the back of the pack. You could have laid back with them and still been 10 positions ahead of Blaney.
I don't agree.
Well, it's facts are facts. That's the way it was.
But
There was
10
room to
points
go.
for the good up front. I mean, if he goes back to 15th, he's out. He's behind Blaney.
There was 10 people behind him.
Yeah,
not everybody was racing. Not everybody was up there racing. There were some people laying back.
Either way, he's wrecked with the right front off it at this point.
Either way,
you know this debate you just heard? This is what every crew chief and driver does in the field.
You heard Truex. He said it. We shouldn't have been up there.
Reddick just clipping the back bumper of McDowell, turns him into the outside wall.
It was Ross Chastain in the one that was right behind the 19. You'll see it right here as the C's kind of part and it becomes 3 wide.
Yeah, it's Daytona. It's that whole debate we just had, this whole wreck we just had is it is Daytona. It's what the situation you get put into.
See Chase Elliott doing just a nice job slowing down, luckily not getting run over from behind. Unfortunately for McDowell, that is going to hurt.
You know, oh, look at Corey LaJoie. Yeah, Corey's always runs well. I don't know how much damage is though that car. Intensity picking up. Just weren't lined up for the junior when you started pushing him.
Let's watch the damage on the 19. He's trying to get back to the pits.
Yeah, without tearing up more of that.
Trying to go as slow as he can without having that right front tire. You see the tire trying to
So all right. If you mentioned, let's find. Well, all right, take a second here. The 19 is right here. So he's about the 4th car in line. Because you were calling it live, they look pretty good. So let's take a look at where he gets in this accident, Jeff.
Yeah, he just, like we showed earlier, he can't see all this starting to happen. So he starts seeing right now, drivers are slowing up. He tries to get slowed up, just got hit just in the back a little bit, shot him to the right. He tried to get slowed down to keep from hitting the wall and came back across the racetrack.
Look at that tire pop and blow that right front fender off. I was like, did he make contact with the right front fender on the wall or what happened there? Right here, watch this right front fender. Boom.
Boom.
That's wild.
So Steve,
I was wondering where the fender came off. That's crazy.
So Steve, the great thing for Martin Truex Jr. is he said the steering's fine.
Yeah.
So right now that means they've got body damage, and if he can get himself, if the steering is indeed fine and the car drives okay, if he can get himself in the middle of the pack, he can keep up with this pack with that right front fender off.
We would have been just fine there. Damn, one car ran you over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
you always dissect the wreck.
Yeah.
And we had a debate on whether you should be there or not. But listen, this debate we had up here, we have a heated debate, and we have really no chips on the table. That's the pressure these guys are put under to come to Daytona. You know what it takes to run well, but you know the risks you take to put yourself in that position.
And there's no good answer. We've seen drivers ride around in the back, find a way to win. We've seen drivers ride around in the back, find themselves in a wreck. There's just, you don't know what's going to happen. You have no way of predicting it.
Ross Chastain involved in this one, and it looks like the wrecker's coming to pick him up. He was on the apron. Dave.
And if you, by the way, if you talk to James Small, the crew chief, about their philosophy, even at this point in the race, going for it and racing up front has worked better for them than hanging back in the past. Although I don't know with that bucket of points if you know, that's debatable today. As far as the car goes, you heard it. Steering is good. He thought the quote left rear might be out a little bit, so they'll come back down here again. It had a vibration, but Martin attributes that to the left side tires, which have not been changed yet. They'll come down, work on it some more here, and see what they can scrape together. Remember, 16 stage points earned already today. That was the good news. This wreck, the bad news so far for Martin Truex.
They're going to work some more on the 19. He's back on pit road.
And to Jeff's point, you know, they can't add a fender. Now it's just making sure, you know, once you get back green, you can kind of stay within the pack.
So another big one happens, the fourth caution of the day at Daytona. NASCAR on CNBC is brought to you by Propane, the environmentally friendly energy for everyone. And by new Coke Zero Sugar, now even more delicious.
So, Rick, we just saw the second multiple car wreck here at Daytona. So I think it's time. Let's talk about this next-gen car. There's been much made about the wheels and different things. So let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. Talk about a safety aspect of this next-gen car when it comes to aerodynamics. When these cars get backwards, the goal is to leave them on the racetrack. We don't like to see them get up in the air. And much like the old car, this car has hood flaps, which basically open and take the high pressure area out from underneath the hood. They also have roof flaps, much like the old car. One thing that's very different, though, for the next-gen car is this right here. You're going to see this green cable that is connected to the right side flap. What happens is when that right side flap opens, it pulls this cable. And it actually also releases a flap down in the diffuser. So remember, the bottom of this car, very, very, very smooth. So the right side flap opens, cable pulls, boom. The flap goes down on the diffuser to try to slow the air down with the whole goal of keeping these cars on the racing surface. We saw this example back in February. We've seen it a couple times today. This is the Daytona 500. Tyler Reddick spins around. We're going to take a quick look at this. As he spins around, we freeze it right here, right? Roof flaps down and right there, the diffuser. Everything looks normal. As he spins around a little bit further, both roof flaps comes up and bang, there comes that trap door. Now it's down below the bumper, slowing the air down. That matters. Because when this 8 car hits the wall, watch it starts to climb. Truex pushes him. That car is trying to leave the ground. Those flaps kept it on the ground. Now, unfortunately, they are designed to help, but the risk still exists. Contacts with other cars will get you upside down. Harrison Burton got to experience it back in February. Basically an aero situation with contact with another car, a quick flip over, landing directly on its roof. The young driver climbs out. The roof stays intact, so it did its job. Another perfect example today. Look at the 7. He gets up in the air, spins around, and now these flaps come up. And you see the right rear of that car tries to leave the ground. When the flaps basically pop up, the car sets back down at 160, 170 miles an hour. Race cars are great, but they are great on the racing surface. Safer for everyone if they don't get in the air.
Yeah, Steve, remember, a commercial airliner, which weighs tons and tons and tons, it actually lifts off the ground at 170 miles an hour. These cars are going 193 miles an hour, and they're keeping them on the ground.
And just to clean up the whole story, so here are the roof flaps on the 9, right? Here's one, here's the other. And basically the idea is there's 2 of them. And they're not open to the inside, right? That's a carbon box, and that's a carbon box. This has nothing to do with, like, letting air out of where the driver is sitting. They are purely changing the speed. If you sit on an airplane and you look out at the back of the wing, when those flaps go up and down when you're landing or taking off, it's the same idea. These are designed to change the airspeed of these cars when they're backwards. You can see the cable actually right there as well. There's the cable that's in there. So this whole system was a addition to this new car, and it's worked very well.
Back underway at Daytona. Logano and Reddick leading the field now 2 by 2. 53 laps to go. Again, a new winner inside the top 30 in points could win their way into the playoffs. the two drivers that are fighting for points right now, Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr., both have had issues today, both involved in accidents.
Well, the two guys on the bottom, they cleared that outside lane. They're opting to stay in the bottom, no lane change.
Bowman closing up on the back of the 22 of Logano. Those two trying to get that inside line going once again.
Really good push from this 47 car into the back of Reddick. Clears Reddick. Reddick go to the bottom here. Back to the top. Expecting that 47 to come. Oh, Reddick stays down. Blocking that 22.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. at 47 car. Remember, he was leading the Daytona 500 late when Brad Keselowski was trying to push him from behind. Ended up spinning him out, getting him wrecked. He knows how to get around this racetrack. See all the pushing, how the cars are moving around.
Wow. There's so much contact down that back straightaway.
You know, Rick, I hate to say these words on national television, but I'm going to say it. Oh, no. I think Jeff Burton was right, because now that the field resets, 4 points between Truex and Blaney, so the argument of not being in the pack for Truex might have been the wrong argument, but that'll be the only time I admit that in the public. That Jeff was right.
It has been recorded, too, so the problem now is he can hold it against you forever.
Well, rarely does such an event have to happen.
The 22 of Logano leading that inside line and leading here at Daytona, but the outside line now getting some more momentum. Here comes Reddick in the 8. Marty.
Hey, Rick, you can feel the intensity pick up here. 51 to go. We've talked about the weather that's in the area. I think crew chiefs and teams are not as worried about the weather being rain here at the racetrack. What they are worried about is lightning from that storm. If it's 8 miles from the track, they would have to shut the race down. They told Bubba Wallace on the radio before they went back green, take every run you can. We don't know when this race might end.
Little bobble from the 22 right there down into turn 1.
I'm convinced that weather concern is what caused that last wreck. These drivers aren't looking at 50 to go. They're concerned this race could end at any moment. That means the intensity level is going to be picked up. Oh, Logano got pushed hard right there, almost into the side of Reddick.
Was able to catch it before he got into the side of the 8 or the 47. Once again, Alex Bowman giving him another shove as they go through 3 and 4 and back out onto the front stretch here at Daytona. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won at this racetrack and Talladega.
More movement from the 22.
And further to the back, Kyle Busch working himself up from the back on that outside lane. He's trying to generate a third lane. Keeps jumping on the outside of guys, trying to recruit enough drivers to invest in this upper lane to try to get to the front.
Drivers see that big dark cloud, so they believe what they're hearing on the radio.
Yeah, the Breastreet car giving us that shot of the 18 there. Kyle Busch just in front. Look at him fan back out 3 wide back here.
Yeah, see, they're trying to get that third lane going.
Dave.
Rick, Tyler Reddick wouldn't be able to do this if the team had not learned from February here at Daytona. Randall Burnett told me that he described the car as sketchy most of the day. They put a lot of speed in the car, but left out some drivability. So they built drivability into it for this weekend, and then going from a night race to a day race, drivers, you know that. If he didn't have that drivability in there, he'd been in trouble today.
Man, it feels like a wreck. It's any minute. Look at this. Bubba Wallace to the inside.
Tucks in behind the 8. Bubba Wallace up to 2nd.
Cole Custer got out of line. Now we got a 3 wide now. We got a 3rd line forming up there. Chase Briscoe in the 14. Cole Custer behind him, his teammate.
Stenhouse Jr. way up the racetrack, almost into the 14.
He was loose. Really loose.
And you see how many laps it took for that 3rd lane to get generated. Some guys in the back had to try it, and then people kept bailing in the front, and now it's there.
Some contact. Bubba Wallace back to the bottom of the racetrack. There's 23 moving around here right on the nose of that 48.
Oh, they're up again.
Logano almost into the wall.
And they're loose. They're not comfortable at all getting pushed up there.
And
And moving out of line once again, that's the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's trying to see some momentum work that high line. Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace running up front 1-2.
Oh, Bubba to the bottom of the racetrack, got loose.
Cindric tried to go to the outside of him to get to that third in that middle lane.
This is insane.
Oh, it's such quick decisions you have to make. You don't get to think this out. Look at Bubba Wallace. What's he going to do now? Ended up having the decision make, decided to push Reddick.
Yeah, Bubba hard to the left there, off the nose of the 48. And now, once again, it's Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace. They're lined up on the inside. Austin Cindric in the 2 trying to push, but now it's going to be 3 wide as Denny Hamlin goes to the middle. He sees the 9 of Chase Elliott and wants to jump in front of that car.
Oh, man. Bubba's falling back off the back of that 8 car. He's going to get a big push from Denny Hamlin. Watch this inside line. What does Bubba do? To continue to help the 8 of Reddick. Goes right to the back bumper. This inside line better get organized. Wild racing here in Stage 3 at Daytona.
Started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything so you can do anything.
So, it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom, boom. The kid's like, Dad, what is that? And you, Gecko, go, roar! Huh?
It's a bit too aggressive, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And then the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh? Who? The little girl's like, hi, Gecko.
Well, quite the commercial.
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
Ed Vance here, and I'm at my favorite place again.
Sorry, did you say your name is Ed Vance? That's me. Like advance? Crazy, right? And it just so happens he knows everything in advance. Oh, you know the future? Did you know I needed 10W30?
No. I just know everything here in Advance Auto Parts, like where the 10W30 is.
So you don't know what I'll do next?
Actually, I do. You will be going to the oil aisle.
He's good. He's Ed Vance.
I spent a lot of time here.
He's here a lot.
This is how we advance.
The investing club is a dream for me, and perhaps the most exciting part of the dream is the morning meeting. Jeff Marks and I give you a real look at what's happening in real time. This is at 10:20. I love it. Why? Because it is unrestrained and it is unplugged. This is what you need to know. 10 minutes. You give us the 10 minutes, we'll give you everything we know about the market.
Never miss an Investing Club morning meeting. Scan the code and become a member today.
Tank 101.
You're driving me crazy. You're driving me crazy.
Opposites attract.
Are you really going to kiss Kevin? Don't get your dentures locked up, guys.
Tasty.
Get smart. Watch Shark Tank, Sunday at 9 Eastern. CNBC.
It's NASCAR Cup Series from Daytona, the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Out front, Alex Bowman. And how do you stay out front? Let's have a look at the Ruoff Mortgage Keys to Victory Lane.
At the end of the race, coming to the checkered, you're going to get a push from somebody. Whoever wins this race is going to need help. And getting that push at the right time is going to be critical.
And Mr. Rex, we've already seen multiple wrecks take out multiple drivers with real opportunities to win. It'll be a big part going into this, further into this race.
And you got to use that mirror and your spotter. So looking in the mirror, you're going to look in the mirror at least half of the lap. Maybe on the last couple of laps, you're looking in the mirror maybe 75, 80% of the lap.
Hey, I'll take a little luck. Maybe I'll just be leading when it rains. I think there's a lot building down here in Florida. The radar is pretty covered with little spotty showers. If one hits this track at the right time, Marty, it could determine who makes the playoffs.
And look at that bottom line. The Toyota starting to form up. Kyle Busch leading it. Bubba Wallace right behind him. And behind him, his co-owner, Denny Hamlin, who is coaching his young driver from behind the wheel, the 11. Listen.
Denny's saying, drag back off of the corner. Drag back off the corner. Let us get connected once we're straight.
So that little lesson from Denny Hamlin, trying to do everything he can to put his driver into the playoffs. One owner sitting on the pit box in the form of Michael Jordan. The other owner right behind him on the racetrack trying to get Bubba Wallace in the 2022 playoffs.
And remember, the Toyotas that haven't been involved in accidents are the 3 that are together, because there's the 19 and the 20 that have been involved in accidents already. They're fighting for points. At least the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. is.
That inside line working its way toward the front, though. Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, they're not quite as tight together. Going to lose a little bit of momentum here.
It becomes a little bit of a difficult scenario for Toyota, because if Bubba Wallace wins this race, he could knock Martin Truex Jr. out of the race. So one Toyota would potentially get in, another one would get knocked out.
Rick, but a lot like last week, we saw 2 Hendrick teammates duel for the win into turn 1, and there was question marks. You know, you don't want to help another manufacturer, another team in, but when it comes to Toyota or Toyota, Bubba or Truex, you know, may the best driver in team advance. And I think that's why the fans are here. That's why the fans tune in. Right here, he's on board with Austin Dillon, the Brestree camera. I can't tell if that is a broken glass on the camera. Looks like it's had a little contact with something. There's been enough debris flying around in these wrecks.
A couple of cars up here on the inside, much slower than the lead pack. We've been seeing these cars go to the top of the racetrack, but being on the bottom is going to make it really tight over here in turn 2. A lot of wrecks off of turn 2 today.
One of them's at 12 of Ryan Blaney.
It's always a tense situation coming up on lap cars when you're 2x2. Everybody gets through cleanly.
The driver back there that was pushing the 12 is 45 of Ty Gibbs, again filling in for the driver of the 45, Kurt Busch, who was injured at Pocono. Parker.
As you see there, Michael McDowell's had such a strong season, but involved in that wreck there in a must-win position, released from the infield care center. Michael, what happened there?
Yeah, you know, with the weather, you know, right around the corner, we could kind of see that this was going to be an important restart and didn't want to give up the lead. But, you know, just fighting hard. You know, the Horizon Hobby Ford Mustang was pretty fast and felt like we had a shot at it. And I couldn't tell, you know, I had a run on the 22 trying to get back to his outside right when the 8 hooked up to my bumper. And I think the 8 was a little bit too far right and got on my right rear corner, kind of turned us into the wall. You know, it's super speedway racing. We're all going for it there. You know, obviously I could have rolled out of the gas and stayed behind the 22, but if it had been raining right now, I'd have been second. I've been really upset with myself. So super speedway racing, we were going for it, and we had to win. We had to get into the playoffs. We just weren't able to do it.
Michael McDowell went for it.
That's how much it means. And again, at 23 back there, trying to win his way in.
Kyle Busch had a moment down here in turn 1 and 2, gets a little bit loose off the nose of the 23, a couple of tank slaps right there. He gathers it back up. Back up front, though, the 22 car has dove to the inside of Alex Bowman. He's got help at 14 behind him. Chase Briscoe going to the middle. Chase Briscoe to the lead.
Briscoe's not going to stay behind the 22. He wants to be up front, and now he goes to the nose of the 48 of Alex Bowman, hoping for a push.
What a move. Oh, he can't get that push.
Oh, into the wall he goes. And they'll collect more cars behind. The 14 stays on the ground.
Brake, hold the brake, hold the brake.
You can see it happening as he was coming around. Bubba Wallace with contact right there. Watch those guys go around turn 3 and 4. The 14's driving up the racetrack. He is sideways. He's loose. And he's lifting off the gas. The 48 is waiting right in the left rear quarter panel. It finally spins the 14 car out. We've seen that so many times today with guys drive up the racetrack because they're so loose they can't turn the wheel.
Briscoe out of the car. He had just made the move to get in front of the 22 of Logano, and this happened.
So the 41 dives in the middle on the back straightaway to take the lead. But look at him up the racetrack. He's loose, and he starts coming back down the track, right in the left rear quarter panel. Goes the 48. The 48 wants to push him, but he needs to push him in the right side. But the 14's driving up the track loose, and that offsets him the wrong way.
And that 14 car was working its way to upside down. Let's take another look at this right here. Watch when this thing gets backwards. It turns around, and it climbs a long ways off the ground before it comes back down. My goodness. That thing that's scary because, listen, tipping over is bad enough, but then flipping into the grass and into traffic, you know, we've seen other cars. This will be a great onboard. Let's take a look. Onboard Bubba Wallace.
Down. Keep coming straight down pit road. All right.
And that's how quick things happen here at Daytona. Think about this. We talk about avoiding wrecks and the dilemma with Martin Truex Jr. All the wrecks today have started from the second position. So in the front of the pack, it's so aggressive.
That 14 car, I'm so thankful those flaps worked, put that car back on the ground. So thankful this 3-car backwards on board with Austin Dillon. See how he gets turned around.
Stay middle here. Stay top.
Oh, man.
The middle.
And right here, so thankful he's straight down pit road. Doesn't get to that pit wall at all. Man, that is just scary. This is one track. Normally pit lane is a long ways away, but the entrance of pit road and down to pit stall 1, you know, you feel a pretty safe distance away, but the speed is obvious.
So many of these drivers are drivers that have to win if they want to advance into the next round of the playoffs.
48's damage is heavier than I initially thought. Man, that is. And then how about Chase Elliott right here? I think he's going to get through it clean. He's on the brakes.
I think Eric Almirola in the 10 also an evasive move down pit road.
Which you can use. That's legal. You just have to continue to slow down. Let's see. The 38 hits the 10. Right there at the top of your screen, kind of. And he's now going to turn left and miss the 23 just
Look at
barely.
This run. Yeah.
Wow. And now he's watching the 3 spin out in front of him. Not sure where he's going to go.
Dillon slides.
Well, you know the intensity we're picking up. You know, 8 drivers involved. 6 of them must-win drivers. And I think, you know, that's what we've been talking about all week, right? Like, they are going to have to push this to an uncomfortable level because their season is now on the line. Or at least their playoff hopes. They'll still get to run the final 10 races, but it's never as much fun as being in the playoffs. I mean, you look at it. Austin Dillon was one we talked about. Harrison Burton, actually, we didn't talk about enough all week long. He showed up in a big way today. A great race car. 23. We've seen his consistent runs down here. I will say the 47, though, at this point, from this distance, looks pretty decent. Let's listen into the 48.
I couldn't get off the 14. I lifted and just kept getting shoved and couldn't get off of him.
I mean, drivers, that's kind of it, right? You see the issue, but the guy behind you doesn't see the issue, so you just kind of get pushed off into the wreck.
Yeah, the 14 gets up the racetrack, and the 48 knows I do not want to push him in the left rear, but he can't. He's trying to throttle back too, but he's getting the energy from the pack behind him is sending him forward into the back of that 14. He's like, I know what's about to happen here. Right? There's nothing you can do. So helpless. But the 14 being so far up the track really gave the 48 no opportunity to get to the right rear quarter panel, right?
So Jeff and I talked about, hey, be in the pack or not in the pack, but take me into this. You know, it's so easy to say, well, just lift. But how many times does that happen and they don't wreck? Like, we watch these guys going around there and we're oohing and we're on. It's like, as a driver, I don't want to say you get numb to it, but you just have to be committed, right, Jeff? Like, every time a guy gets a little out of shape, you can't completely just check up. You just have to keep rolling, and then, you know, 1 out of 10 ends up with a car backwards.
Yeah, correct. And we keep talking about a particular line going better than the other line, whether it be the outside or the inside. And the reason that line's running better is because they're all closer together. They're pushing each other. They're close to each other. So that's the problem. When you're that close to somebody, if something happens, you can't get slowed up quick enough. Let's hear what Joey Logano and his team are talking about.
Everybody's in their window here, so we'll pit. You sure with the weather? What do you mean, am I sure with the weather? I mean, it stayed the same. I can't predict it, but if it goes green, we're going to have to pit.
Everybody's a weatherman. I mean,
well,
you know, the driver's like, are you sure? Because he's looking out of the window, and he's like, I see dark clouds. And the problem for the crew chief is he's been watching his radar, and it's kind of stayed the same. It really hasn't changed that much.
So here's the options. A few drivers are going to stay out. Parker, it looks like a few coming in.
Right, Joe Logano decides to do fuel only here to get them through to the end of the race, but that's, a lot of teams were told that rain was about 7 minutes out, and that was about 5 minutes ago, Dave.
Martin Truex Jr. is going to pit the 19 car. It's really, the front end is really too far down on the track. So they're going to make adjustments here to try to make it a little more drivable for Martin Truex in case he needs to grab just a couple of spots, a couple of points, which could get him to the playoffs, Marty.
How good is your weather forecast, Dave? Chase Elliott coming down pit road, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, the fuel he needs to make it to the end of the race. You see Truex still on pit road, but a host of cars staying out. Boy, it's getting interesting with 32 to go.
The points battle between Truex and Blaney heats up, but win and you're in. That's the goal for these cars that stayed on the racetrack. Justin Haley, he's won here before. Could he repeat and punch his ticket into the playoffs?
With weather in the area, everyone looks back to Justin Haley and what he was doing in 2019. A big wreck happens, and they make the decision when so many cars come to pit road to stay out, including Kurt Busch. And just moments later, lightning in the area, and then rain, and it ends up Justin Haley is in victory lane celebrating.
Well, the teams are getting smarter. That was kind of at the front end of this lightning policy. We always knew rain would end a race. But, you know, as technology improves, lightning can be detected, you know, and it's a very serious situation. So now there's things in place, and that's exactly what the 31 team is thinking. Let's listen in.
Give up a good finish, but I think this is our best bet to try to win this race. Yeah, where are you from? One reason. Yeah, simple. I mean, this is our only shot. Wish one of these sails would get some lightning in it so they'd give us a hold in the rain to get here.
It's Trent Owens right there with the sunglasses on. Trent, you got to take the sunglasses off if you want it to light. You got to at least look the part. Like the rain is coming. I like this call from Trent. Guys, you know, we talk a lot about, you know, calling in the Xfinity Series and their jump to Cup and perhaps about A.J. Allmendinger at the road courses. But Justin Haley, in my opinion, is having a very quiet but very impressive first full-time year at Kaulig, right? He runs well. He runs inside the top 20 quite a bit. When you look at it, right, he has a couple top 10s with only a couple DNFs. He runs all the laps. I think that helps him as he moves into his Cup Series career. Junior, I know you love him as a drafter. I mean, 4 times in the Xfinity Series, he seems to always find his way to the front.
Yeah, he's great at the super speedways.
Look what it does to the points, too. Haley in, that would put Blaney out. They're separated by 3 points right now as we go back to racing. 30 laps to go at Daytona. Justin Haley just off the front of the 22 of Joey Logano. Eric Jones back up into the front with the 43 as well.
Haley trying to get this 43 to push him.
An aggressive blocking from Justin Haley now. Oh, and round up to 43. He collects the 22.
My goodness.
And the caution will come out again.
And this is just what the Haley needs, right? Because now it's just time. I say that because he has 33 laps of fuel burned out of his car. So probably 15 more laps, maybe 16. He could nurse this fuel tank. He knows he has to pit again. So if you're hoping for rain, time's on your side. You like to ride around under yellow.
Which is why that block.
Yeah.
That extremely aggressive block is happening right now. You have to treat this as if you're coming to the 31 went up.
43 trying to get around the pit road on these flat tires without any damage. The 22, though, looks like he has a bit of a toe issue there, Steve, on the right front.
Yeah, this car has flat tires and a toe issue. I agree. Right front tire is definitely pointing. Well, maybe they both turn that way. Yeah. Maybe it's a rear toe link bent. We can't tell. And he's correcting it with the front. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I think the tail's to the left.
We mentioned Justin Haley and aggressive. Why did he try to get out front? Well, take a look at the radar. This is what right now the teams are looking at and what these drivers are being told. There's a cell that is to the southwest right now of the racetrack, and it's headed right at us. So how long will it take until potentially a lightning strike or potentially rain? They want to be up front if that possibility happens.
Well, and you have to remember, right, it's not just Haley. I'm going to circle this right here. 6 points. Right, Truex came into this race 25 points behind Blaney. Blaney was in an early accident. They made repairs, but with Ty Gibbs being multiple laps down, Blaney hasn't been able to get any of his laps back. He's back there in 30th. Truex is riding around in 14th right now. 6 positions on the racetrack is what keeps Truex in front of Blaney in points. That only matters if we have a new winner, but oh, by the way, that's what we have, is currently a new winner leading the race. So very complicated situation. It'll be an emotional week for Blaney. Remember, this all really kind of started with the Kurt Busch news, right? Like at one point, we thought there was only one spot, and Kurt Busch removes his medical waiver because of his concussion, says, I'm not going to come back. Now the 22 is, I guess, stuck.
throwing a fit.
Can't get it aimed in the right direction, and he's trying to.
He's doing a burnout.
Yeah. He's got flat tires on the front.
That's where we're trying to get a push record here.
Kind of stuck here.
Glad it didn't.
From behind, from behind. Well, I don't know.
He's wanting to push him from behind. NASCAR's built these new rigs where they hook them to the wheels. They actually hook this apparatus to the wheels, pick the front of the car up.
And look at the clouds just over this record right now. That's what these drivers and teams are seeing.
When Haley came off turn 4 and saw that, it looked like a Christmas tree to him. I mean, it was like, it's Christmas Day. Delay this as long as we can.
Haley out front at Daytona, 28 laps to go. The regular season finale. Stay with us right after the race for NASCAR America post-race show, followed by IMSA WeatherTech Racing, again from VIR. 5 different manufacturers have won the last 5 GTD races at VIR. That's going to be a great one there. Dave.
Rick Trent Owens is a crew chief for Justin Haley, and we just saw him hold the pack off there. Can he do it again, or does he need the weather, Trent?
Yeah, we need the weather. I mean, this is our shot to win and try to get in the playoffs, so pretty high-risk call, but you know, a win would change a lot of things for us, so that's what we're trying to do. Good to have Celsius on the cars, primary, and we're just having a lot of fun right now. But it's going to be tough to hold these guys off. I mean, you know how these rain delays are, and it's time to go for everybody.
Got enough fuel?
We don't have enough fuel for the end of the race, and that's the risk we took, so we'll see how it shakes out.
All right, we'll be watching. Trent Owens calling the shots today for Justin Haley.
Weather systems are popping up all around this racetrack. I'm telling my driver, every lap is the white flag.
I'm telling you, it's so close to turn 1. It's right behind me. It ain't even a mile.
3 of the top 4 drivers that have to win to get into the playoffs.
Haley, Almirola, and Buescher all up front. Our aerial coverage brought to you by Geico as we go back to green flag racing. 26 laps to go. Haley out front says he doesn't have enough fuel. He is banking on the fact that there is going to be inclement weather that's going to halt this race.
Big push right there to Eric Almirola. I thought he was going to turn left and try to get underneath Haley, but he stayed behind him.
Haley is really being defensive of that lead. We saw that cause trouble the last restart. The 10, a little upset off the nose of the 17.
Big push is Suarez making that inside line work, but Haley jumps down there and he covers it up.
Outside tries to regroup here. Chase Elliott pushing Buescher. Buescher pushing Almirola.
As Haley leads on bottom left, look at 2 points. Truex to Blaney. Blaney can't really go anywhere, but Truex is in the middle of his pack. Oh, the 99 makes a move.
Daniel Suarez to the outside of the 31 for the lead off of turn 2.
Got help from the 10.
The Toyota's behind him. Hamill was in the back of Kyle Busch, almost spun him out.
Haley right in front of that inside line. Now it's Suarez's turn. When will he dive to the bottom? He's got the 10 pushing him out front. Eric Almirola. He needs a win to make it into the playoffs.
Eric can't do anything by himself. He's hoping to pick up somebody from behind. Now he's got the 31 car of Haley.
In the sunshine and out the windshield, these drivers see the ominous clouds coming here to Daytona.
Hamlin jumps in front of that outside line. So does the 18. So does the 31.
Big push from the 11 to the 18.
18 to the bottom. 31 goes down to block.
Almirola went to block him.
Now the 4 have separated themselves. Haley moves to the outside of that 10 of Almirola. Can't quite clear him. Now it's 3 wide per second.
And Denny Hamlin at bottom lane. Now you got a very fast car on the bottom. What's he going to do? Jumps to the outside of Suarez. The 17 of Buescher goes with him.
He wants the lead. Hamlin now on the outside.
Hemrick in the 16 up into the top of in the top groove there. Found him a little hole. Right behind Denny.
Side by side for the lead. Suarez on the inside. Hamlin on the outside.
Haley on that outside line. Top of 3. He's got some help with him. My God,
into the wall they go. The 11 now also caught up in it.
The whole
Haley. The 3 of Austin Dillon squeezes through. He is in front. And look at virtually the only car to clear it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I've never seen racing that intense in Daytona. Never.
And Martin Truex Jr. is going to gain some spots here. So many that won't be able to continue. The last caution, the 3 was
Rick. As I look out the window,
and it's starting to rain.
It is raining
gosh.
right here. The heavy rain has moved over the grandstands. As we sat here looking out the window,
We are
it
the leader.
became clear. My goodness, Austin Dillon.
Oh, my God.
There's his dad.
Oh, my gosh.
We have to remember
We're gonna come over the leader now.
it's only 12:30 in the afternoon here at Daytona.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Rick.
But these cells have popped up with 22 laps to go. Richard Childress, team owner there.
RC. What a year it'd be if RC gets both cars in the playoffs after a year ago. The battle to try to get him in. Look at that radar.
Yeah, you see the weather cells that are starting to pop up now, and that's typical for this part of Florida.
I mean, there were, I'll tell you how it started, but it's like 4 or 5 things happening all at once. When we pick it up, you've got 2 or 3 cars sideways from multiple types of contact.
I was with you when we started there. I saw 2 cars sideways. I think we're going to try it a little bit earlier. Let's take a look from the 3 right here. I want to know how he gets through it because he's the only one on the apron.
Still 3 bottom. Rick, stay bottom, stay bottom. Keep coming. Keep coming. Way bottom. Easy, easy. Bottom, bottom, bottom.
Nice.
Good. Keep coming, keep coming. Roll.
Camera's pretty clear. Let's watch this right here. The 17 of Buescher trying to go into the middle there on the 31, on the 16. Oh, the 99 just loses it. Denny wrecks.
Well, the 31 just lost it too by himself in that top lane.
I wonder if it was
Yes.
rain.
Well, yeah, I mean, both leaders are in clean air. They both catch their car. That tells me that there's something down there that's reducing grip.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, guys, there were a lot of drivers saying, hey, it's raining. Why are we racing right now? And that could have been the result of what happened there.
Watch this 31, right? Watch him. He's a clear indicator. Inside lane, very top. All right, as they roll through here, see right there? He's sideways.
Yeah.
The 11 sideways.
The track is wet. Parker.
And Jeff, exactly. His spotter was telling him it's raining, and then after that all went down, Justin Haley came on the radio and said it was raining. So, of course, there was no grip down there.
The 3 was 16th going into that wreck. Now, that makes sense, Dale, because all 3 cars, the first car bottom, first car middle, first car top, you see the rain falling. They all go down in the corner, and all 3 lose grip. They're the first ones in there. And we don't know if these guys have grip. The 47 has no grip because he's 7 feet in the air. And the 3 gets to the apron.
And it's such a, it's such a tough call. I mean, you can't tell it's raining down there. We're right here next to the NASCAR tower. I know they have spotters out there, but obviously it came really quick.
Down, mid. Down. Rolling inside.
Like, look at this right here. I mean, so Dale, you and I, the first replay, we were like, we don't know what possibly happened. And look at the 3 at the bottom, that greenish, tealish, and black car sneaking through.
It was the whole front of the field.
Pouring rain. It's just it happens so fast. Everything's fine, and then they drive right into that shower.
It wasn't raining on the short chute heading to turn 1. None of these guys had any idea.
So many cars collected. And again, the 3 shoots through from down on the apron.
So 2 drivers that had a shot win this race, they move into the next round of the playoffs, but on top of that, get their first win as Cup drivers. Check this out. Look at Ty Dillon in the 42, Harrison Burton in the 21. It looks like the seas are going to part, but Ty got loose, and they made contact. They were in the best spot to get through this, but the track was wet, and Ty just couldn't keep the car underneath him.
So We've seen this. Let's just watch this all the way through, right? The three of Austin Dillon. Here's the drops. Wreck, he goes to the apron. Now they're wrecking in front of him. 21 dead sideways on the brakes. Turn left. You hear the spotter. I'm imagining that the driver doesn't have time to listen to the spotter. That's pure reaction at that point. That is crazy. The 21 of Harrison Burton, the 42, you mentioned it. Bad brakes for those, Jeff, but there had to be a moment where that 3 car had to think he was hitting that 21 sideways on the apron.
And now these cars are all riding around. Some of these cars that got in that wreck, they're all riding around with flat tires, with wrecked race cars, but they couldn't pit. They just had to keep going around. Because if this race is over, then you're going to be scored where you finished right here.
Yeah, here comes the rain now. It is a heavy downpour that is coming right now. And they'll pull onto pit road and red flag this race with 21 laps to go.
And what do you do? I mean, if you can't throw the yellow because it might rain. I don't know what else you can do in that situation. You can't have an official every 50 feet around this racetrack waiting on a shower to pop up. That's just an unfortunate situation that I don't see how else we could have avoided.
And we saw it earlier in the race. There was a light shower in 1 and 2, but it didn't affect them to the degree that it did just now. You can't call it based on how hard it's raining at that time. It's got to be something that is, decisive. And right now, that was not decisive in turn 1 and 2. What we're seeing right now, is very decisive.
Yeah, Junior, I think you're right. That's the most difficult part about this situation is how would you have fixed that, right? When they were going down that front stretch, we had in-car cameras. There was no water on anybody's windshields until they got right there. And I just don't know how in the world you could make that problem go away.
They drive into the shower, and then as we're watching on the roof camera of the 3 car of Austin Dillon, in another 100 yards, he's out of the rain. It's just that one little area of the racetrack, which is such a big racetrack. We've seen it happen before.
Whitney and Ace
part of the track.
Right there.
Be careful, don't celebrate too soon.
Yeah.
Made that mistake before. I tell you, some drivers also that if this is over, some huge days from Landon Castle in the 77 car driving for Spire Motorsports. Cody Ware driving the 51. 2 teams that finish in top 5. That's a BJ McLeod in 8th. Reagan driving the 15 car in 9th. Noah driving the 62 in 10th.
It's pouring.
Big days for those teams.
Yeah, the skies are opening up now. It is a big cell that's coming through. The question is, how much continues to build behind it?
It's building. The cell that popped up on top of us is just getting larger, and that's really, and it's right over the back straightaway or over the front straightaway grandstands, moving sort of toward the beach. You see it right there. Everything's moving west, and that cell's growing right next to the racetrack, and that's going to continue to put water on this racetrack for some time, I believe.
Marty.
What a crazy scene down here on pit road. It's sunny. It's pouring down rain at the same time. Austin Dillon trying to catch his breath and just figure out what has happened here in the last 5 minutes. So walk me through how in the world you got through that wreck. I can see your hands shaking right now.
Yeah, good Lord above, crazy faith. Hopefully all the glory goes to him. I mean, for where we're at in this race, no matter if we go back or what. I mean, a minute ago we were a lap down. We got the lucky dog, and our registry Chevy's out front right now. So it's just crazy. You never know what happens at Daytona. It's just one of those things. We'll see what happens and how it plays out. But, just proud to be in this moment right now. And hopefully, we hold him off.
It's clearly not over yet, but what's going through your mind right now, Austin?
Just stay focused, try and finish the job off where we're at. We're in a good position right now. And got a pretty good race car for how many things we've gotten caught up in today. So she's pretty healthy, and we'll stay in the gas if we go back green.
Can you describe how crazy the racing has been, especially when everyone knew the rain and the lightning was close?
Yeah, it's pretty intense. I mean, you're going to put yourself in constant bad positions trying to get to the front, and things are going to happen with Daytona being the last cutoff race. So you're just, praying that you put yourself in good positions, and the good Lord got us through to this point. So we'll see how it goes.
You mentioned a moment ago you guys were a lap down. I'm sure it's a moment of saying, hey, you never give up here. But did you think at times today, we're out of it, no way?
I just kept telling myself, man, you give yourself another shot, give it another shot. And, you know, when we got the lap back there, I thought that was pretty key. We were racing the 23 on that, and caution came out quick and flipped our game around. And I was kind of, when you get back far enough, it's very hard to make moves. The middle closes up, and that's about the only position you can go to. I was on the bottom, and my grandfather's always told me, man, when it gets wild like that, use the bottom so you have an out. And it worked for me a couple years back, and it's working right now.
As it starts to pour harder here on pit road, what are you going to do for the next maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes until we get a word from NASCAR?
Just hang out with the guys and pray a little bit.
There you go, and I believe pray as well, Dave. His dad, Mike Dillon, is hanging out. Now his brother Ty has come over, and they don't want to celebrate quite yet, but boy, what a day this would be for the Dillon family.
No, we are not celebrating yet with Mike Dillon. He's seen this movie before, and you just don't know until it is official, but what's going through your mind right now?
Well, it's raining a lot, so I'm not sure. I think it's pretty dangerous out here for these folks that are in the rain and all, but yeah, it's not over yet. So we'll when they call it, then we'll get happy about it. But, you know, God got us through that one for sure. So we're blessed, and maybe it'll happen. We'll see.
You were watching that, and when all the cars were spinning, all the cars were wrecking, and Austin's came through. What'd you think?
Again, the seas parted, man. You know, it was a good thing he held his line there, and you just you can't never quit, man. That's one of the things. And, you know, they got the car back there, had a little damage to it, and the guys fixed that. And we had a car that was still pretty decent, and so don't know how it was going to work out, but this right here, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it'll be cool if it works out for you. Mike Dillon, he'll watch and see if Austin's day ends the way Austin hopes it does. Jeff Burton?
Yeah, Mike Dillon is one of the great characters in this sport. He's such a fun guy. Does a great job at RCR of just keeping everybody pumped up and moving things forward. Drove himself. You know, was a pretty good race car driver. Did a lot of spotting. He's just he's a really proud father and one of the better known entertaining guys in the garage area.
Xfinity Series, where we saw quite a few laps turn and races run by Mike Dillon. And a lightning strike in the area, and so we have been put on a lightning delay. Obviously, with the rain, they're going to have to dry the racetrack.
Yeah, I think that'll take less time than typically, though, Rick, because of the heat and the temperature in the track itself. So where it would take 2.5 hours to dry this entire track, we're probably looking at a little shorter time, maybe half of that time, since the whole track, to me, the back straightaway, I believe, never got any rain, at least hasn't at this point.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? I mean, it was pouring in 1 and dry in 3. And look at the points right here. So we have that new winner that we discussed. If it does get called, Austin Dillon currently leads, and it basically turned into a points battle with Truex and Blaney. And Blaney got in that early accident. There's Truex walking off. He's done what he had to do. Look, that restart could have gone the wrong way for him as well. He could have given up the points. Currently sits in the 7th position. So that's really how he has enough points to kind of get through all this. And just think about the week, right? Leaving Watkins Glen, it was Blaney in, Truex out, only one spot available. Kurt Busch, unfortunately, has to, you know, just accept that he's not coming back, removes his waiver. Very gentlemanly thing to do. Say, hey, if I can't compete in the playoffs, I'm going to give somebody else a shot. That opened the opportunity for 2, and yet we still have a new winner.
Yeah.
Truex was probably below the cut line, and then the 48 and the 14 crash off of turn 4. A couple cars dropped behind Truex. They're kind of all locked behind Truex, a lap or 2 down, and ahead of Blaney, who's 6 laps down, and then we have this crash as well. You were talking about it, Steve, just before this wreck happened. Truex was 2 points up, and then they went into turn 1, and he comes out of turn 2, 12 points up.
Right. He could have lost those 2 very easily down there.
Yeah. It's been a wild day.
And think about this, right? So Truex is 2nd in regular season points, and he's going to get in. Ryan Blaney would perhaps miss the playoffs with the 5th most points accumulated by anyone in the garage. So, you know, in 1993, he would be sitting here 5th in points with 10 races to go. Welcome to the playoff era. Wins. You have to win. That's the only thing you can really hang your hat on. This proves being good in points is just not enough to build comfort as we get close to the end of the regular season.
Under a rain and lightning delay here at Daytona, the last race of the regular season, and the possibility of a new winner could change that playoff picture. It's NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona. The Coke Zero Sugar 400 under a red flag condition here for rain and lightning in the area. How have we got to this point right here? Let's take a look back. Early on, it was Ryan Blaney in the 12 on lap 31 involved in this accident.
Yeah, big contact right here in the left side door of the 12. Then he hits the wall very hard. I thought their day was over. I mean, watch this hit from the 12 car. He comes across and hits this outside wall. The safer barrier moves. That is a big impact. The crew, though, keeps his car on the racetrack. You see it beaten and battered, but survived, currently riding around 6 laps down. Then almost opportunity opens up. Lap 102, the 19 of Truex gets into this accident right here. Doesn't get much damage from other cars, but watch as this right front tire explodes right here. Blows the entire right front fender off. We thought this could spend the end for Truex. Not so much though, Rick, because then right here on lap 138.
Yeah, he's up there fighting for points, and the big one happens again with rain in turns 1 and 2. And the 3 of Austin Dillon, right place, right time, goes to the apron, and he jets out front and could be another first-time winner here in the 2022 season, at least first time this season. And what that means is could potentially win his way into the playoffs. Let's go to Parker.
And one driver that was trying to do that at the front of the field as they headed off into turn 1 was Justin Haley. You were having a great run. You guys took the risk on strategy, but as you went off into 1, was there just no grip?
Yeah, I mean, it was raining for a good lap before we got down into turn 1. My spotter said coming out of 2, the previous lap, that it was raining. Then we just lost traction, so pretty unacceptable. But I thought we did a good job all day with our Celsius Chevrolet, putting ourselves in position. Brett Griffin, Trent Owens, my crew chief, called that, stayed out, hoping for rain earlier. But, yeah, just tough, man, fighting for my ride, fighting for my life every day. So you take these small opportunities and try to make something of it. But, yeah, you see as we went to turn 1 there, I mean, it was just no grip. Track was wet, so.
How would you compare the level of rain to what we had earlier in the race, where there was a little bit of sprinkles? Was it more intense?
Well, we all didn't wreck earlier, so yeah, I mean, it was pouring. It was pouring as we went to turn 1. I mean, you see it right there. So, yeah, I don't know. You would think that we'd be a little more on top of that.
Definitely. You can understand how upset Justin Haley, this guy's wrecking there at the front.
Yeah, and Justin Haley, that was their strategy. Their strategy was be up front if the rain came, if lightning came, because they said they wouldn't have enough fuel to make it all the way to the end. Their strategy was hoping that the rain would come and end the race, or at least stop the race, but they were caught up in the accident that the moisture on the racetrack caused. So the 3 teams still sitting in front of their pit box. Again, the clouds and the storms, they're building, then they're parting, and so right now is this typical Florida afternoon weather. The possibility of a rain shower is constant. It could come up at any time. We saw all of those accidents that took place, taking out so many cars. Instead of telling you all of the cars that have been involved in an accident today, there's only 6 drivers that haven't got damage today. The 2, the 5 had an engine issue at the very beginning of the race. The 15, the 62, the 77, and the 78. Those are the only 6 drivers that haven't received damage today of this field.
All right, so let's go. You heard Justin Haley say that his spotter was saying that it was rain the lap before. Here's this is his in-car camera. Not seeing it. A lot of hard racing right there, but I don't
He bailed on you. He bailed on you. He bailed on you. Inside, inside. Here comes help 3 wide. You're up top. Here comes help the 9. Big push. Here it is.
Down the back straightaway into turn 3.
Not a comment about rain or anything yet.
Still 3 wide. You're up top. 9's losing momentum. Something's wrong with him. Here it comes again. Here comes help finally. And it just started raining up here. Work hard, man. Work hard. Work. Do not fucking lift for any reason.
Oh.
Work hard.
So the spotter is on top of that building that you just went by on the right side. You see the camera right there is when it really starts. That's when the wreck happened. So you heard Brett Griffith, spotter, say, hey, do not lift for any reason, and that's the mentality, right? That's what you have to do. And There was not. I did not see anything on that in-car camera until he got right there where it started raining. And then, as you said earlier, Junior, once they got to turn the kind of halfway between 1 and 2, it wasn't raining there anymore either. So just a very odd thing. And it is a problem. Obviously, how do you fix it? That's the question. How do you prevent that from happening again? And everybody's got to just look at it hard and figure it out. This, to me, is not like New Hampshire. Maybe a couple of years ago where early in the race, the rain there.
Yep.
This, to me, was much, much quicker and been a much harder call to make.
And you have to remember the size of this facility. This is 2.5 miles all the way around. We could have a downpour in turns 1 and 2, which ended up happening there, and the sun was still shining in turns 3 and 4.
It's still dry. That's the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah.
I don't think it ever saw a drop of rain yet.
So the 2022 season has, I think the correct word has been crazy. And you look at 15 different winners in the first 25 races. The possibility exists it could be 16 if Austin Dillon gets the win here. 4 of the last 10 races have been won by drivers getting their first win of the season. Again, that'd be 5 of 11. 13 of the last 17 races, and yes, the numbers go up by 1 again if Austin Dillon stays up front here and the weather continues to stop this race from continuing.
You can tell Austin's been around a long time, though, because his interview, I'm thankful to be here, but if we get back racing, right, Junior, he wasn't ready to accept this was over. He is still locked in. Even in his interview, he was looking forward if this thing restarts. He knows what he has to do. I appreciate that approach. I mean, you see the sky looking back at the beach.
Yeah, it looks good that way. Looking the other way does look real good.
Yeah, off of turn 1 and behind the main grandstands is where the cells and the rain is continuing to move in this direction.
There you see it. It's just building on the west side of the racetrack. Slowly.
There's the radar, yeah. Once again.
Slowly moving west.
The biggest concern is the stuff we can't see, and that's those lightning strikes. We've sat at many racetracks during practices and qualifying and not being able to run due to lightning strikes.
Yeah. Those cells, though, they build and then they'll disappear and another one will build somewhere else. It's really hard to predict. I thought for sure we were not even going to get to halfway today looking at the radar and all the forecasts. Thought we'd have rain earlier.
Well, a lot of people were questioning if we'd even get the race started because their cells were building just before 10 o'clock this morning here at Daytona. And thankfully, they did not build to this magnitude yet. But under a red flag condition here for the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Under a red flag for weather at Daytona. Here's the accident at lap 138. Martin Truex Jr. trying to gain the points on Blaney to enter to the playoffs. Look at this, down into turn 1. A rain shower causes this big wreck. Veteran move on the brakes, heavy, wants no part of what's going on in front of him. Gets down on the apron, has to climb back on the racetrack. I mean, carnage in front of the 19 car, but he gets through this accident, and he currently sits inside the top 10 in the 7th position. And because of that, 12 points in front of Blaney, and in the last playoff spot, if the rain does come back and the race does end, he would make the playoffs. And look at the accident, a huge accident. I think Martin Truex, though, has stepped aside, and Dave Burns has him.
Yeah, Steve, we're watching this, and Martin's getting a good look at it for the first time there. There's your covered car right there that made it through all that. How in the world did you do it?
Slowed down a lot.
And on the brakes.
I seen the 99 in the front row turn completely sideways, and I stood on the brakes, and everybody just was still wide open.
Right.
And then just kind of looked for a hole to get through. So, yeah, Bass Pro Toyota's pretty beat up from that first incident through the grass, but we're in right now, so just see what happens here.
Let's talk about your day, because I heard you say to someone else when you came in, car had speed. So did you feel, and you showed it, obviously, with the 15 stage points that you got in stage 1 and 2. Did you feel like you're having a good Daytona day?
Yeah, it's typical Daytona. Had good speed, was around the front, got some good stage points, and then in the middle of it. So, yeah, just kind of the way it goes here, you know, wrong place, wrong time. And now maybe right place, right time. We'll just have to wait and see. So it's just, this place is wild. You never know. You know, if we end now, we'll come out on the good end. If we go some more, who knows what'll happen.
And I was just going to ask, what would the handling of your car be like? Because you didn't hit anything there. So what were you dealing with while you're riding in the back of the pack there?
The first wreck, I don't know what's bent, something suspension-wise. It's really, really bouncy. Doesn't drive great. And right front fender's, you know, destroyed, hood flap, all that stuff. So it's not driving great, and it doesn't have much speed left, you know, like it did earlier. But heck, nobody does now. So there's only 3 or 4 cars that haven't been beat up, and I'd say that, you know, they separate the pack or slow the whole pack down, and we'll be just fine. So either way, we'll see what happens.
The goal from the start of the day was gain those stage points, pile them up first 2 stages. How did you feel about that after getting 15 in the first 2?
Pretty good. Not great in the first one. I made one bad decision and lost potential of, you know, maybe 5 or 6 or 8 more spots. But good decisions in the second one, and worked with teammates and got in a good position there. So yeah, that's all you can ask for is, you know, you try to make the right moves at the right times, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, and sometimes everybody crashes and you're in it, and sometimes they all crash and you make it through.
And if you make it through to the playoffs, if things end well for you this afternoon, what kind of a statement would that be for your team, fighting today, but really kind of fighting the last few weeks to just try to make it a sure thing?
Well, we're fighters, and, you know, I don't know that it makes any kind of statement other than we're going to have a chance to go do something special, and hopefully we can take advantage of it.
Because you've had speed this year, and you know that going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we've been consistent, and, you know, we've had good speed at times, great speed at others, and, you know, we've been off time, you know, sometimes as well. But looking at the playoffs, you know, a lot of good tracks for us, and, you know, hopefully we can step it up. And we're consistent enough to go far. You know, if we can get hot and win at the right time, we can go all the way. So let's see if we can do it.
We wait now with Martin Truex Jr., and I think you said you looked over at Austin Dillon. You said you'd do the rain dance for him, probably for you too.
Well, I mean, for both of us
that's right.
This point, you know, I mean, it'd be a good day. I know Johnny Morris is happy running around right now, so it'd be a good day for him as well.
We'll see how it ends up.
Johnny Morris with Bass Pro Shop. Obviously, you see that logo on Austin Dillon's driver's suit as well. And so, under a red flag condition, a weather delay here at Daytona. The new NASCAR docuseries on USA, Race for the Championship, will give you an all-access pass to the world of NASCAR like you've never seen it before. It premieres Thursday at 9 Central on USA. Again, the craziness of what is taking place here at the racetrack, a lightning strike just in the area once again, and so it's making it difficult, obviously, for us because of our cameras and such on pit road to be able to interview different drivers. But if we can get them back into a separate room away from the antennas that a lot of our cameras have to use, we're able to talk to them, and Kyle Busch has moved over so that we can chat with him. Parker.
Yeah, Rick, and we're actually just looking at some of the replays here, trying to evaluate maybe where you are position-wise. We'll figure all that out later. But what happened as you went off into turn 1 there with the rain?
Honestly, it just was the previous lap. There was nothing there, and then that lap it was just, you know, just dropped. So, what do? You know, you can't check up that fast. You just got to try to drive through it. Thankfully, I was on the high side, and I saw water and saw everything, and everybody wrecking in front of me, and I just got on the fence right here and just started rolling right on the wall but everybody's coming up across the track in front of me. So, you know, I was then just trying to figure out everybody to slide back down and get out of the way, and then for me to continue on my merry way. But yeah, there's just really nothing you can do in that situation. It was way too late to call anything, and overall I felt good about our car though all day long. The Interstate Batteries Camry was fast. We had good speed and ran up front, led some laps, won a stage. So I'd love it to be over right now. Like, rain hard.
It's a little damaged right now.
Yeah, we're a little damaged right now. So, you know, it would be better off for us to just see the rain so we can just load it up and take our lumps with the finish that we got right here and go on.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Let's talk a little bit about the racing. That was intense from the drop of the green flag. Was that some of the most intense super speedway racing you've ever been a part of?
Yeah, I don't know if it was just the lack of practice where we fired off and everybody was like dancing around and getting after it. I was like, why are we doing this right now on lap 2, lap 3? And so I rolled out and I went to the back and I'm getting my footing and everything right and just kind of watching everything progress. And then I made my way back up towards the front, and we were able to collect some good stage points today, which was good. So did have a fast car, had some lucky breaks, saw some holes, made some gaps that filled some gaps that opened up in order to make sure we got through some positions. And so again, yeah, just a good effort today, and would love to, I don't know, I think I said it already, but would love to see this one over.
Yeah, of course. And I want to talk about that because you had such a fast car. You went from the back to the front multiple times. I mean, a lot of drivers were saying it was tough to pass. How were you able to do that?
It was tough to pass. Now, that's not wrong. You know, when the lanes are stuck side by side, there's really nowhere for you to go. But once things start to maneuver around and you get those 3 lanes going, then holes start to develop and you kind of start working your way through and snaking your way in and out of traffic a little bit. And that's when it gets a little bit dicey, too. Sometimes the wrecks start to happen. But majorly, I would say wrecks always happen from guys pushing out front, trying to keep their lanes moving forward and keeping their lane ahead of the other lane coming.
Do you think some of that could be the drivers that came in here knowing that they had to win to get to the playoffs? Like they were up front just making moves that are maybe low percentage moves, just trying to put themselves up front?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we knew going in, right, this is the perfect race at the perfect time on the schedule for the unknowns and for just the opportunities for others that are on the outside looking in. And so I think we're kind of seeing that right now, obviously, with the 3 at the top of the pylon. And then, you know, some unfortunate circumstances for some other guys, obviously, that might transpire here with and if the race is over.
And let's talk a little bit just looking ahead for this 18 team in terms of the playoffs now coming up. You guys are in that. What is this, you know, a day like today where you showed so much speed? What kind of momentum does that build?
Well, I mean, you look at the season as a whole and the Toyotas, and so we've been really fast at 1.5 mile, 2 mile, 2.5 mile racetracks. You know, we struggle a little bit when you get below that mile of a racetrack. So feel like Darlington can be good for us. We ran well there in the early spring, so would like to get back there and have another strong run like we had there and start off our playoffs with a good roll, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Well, we know he wants it to finish because of the state of his car right now, but had a lot of speed out there, built a little momentum heading the playoffs for Kyle Busch.
Thanks, Parker. We want to take a look at the point standings. Again, Austin Dillon being scored as the race leader right now has him in front of Martin Truex Jr. And, of course, that bumps Ryan Blaney out, who is 12 points back from Martin Truex Jr. if we have another new winner this season. Still under a red flag condition here at Daytona as we're waiting out the weather. And a reminder, the IMSA WeatherTech Racing from VIR, that's coming up directly after us. Some great racing there for sports cars. Again, the IMSA WeatherTech will be right after us as you see the 3 teams still doing the rain dance. Hopefully that this continues as Austin Dillon is up front. We have Senior Vice President of Competition Scott Miller with us for NASCAR. And Scott, obviously these are difficult situations with the weather and the rain, the lightning in the area. The accident happens in turns 1 and 2. We just heard Kyle Busch mention the lap previously there was no rain in that area, and then when they came in it was a downpour. So in this situation, do you think NASCAR could have done anything different than what you did?
Well, I really don't. We were on top of the weather, monitoring it with all of our turn spotters, in touch with the spotters up top, the pace car, and you know we had all the information that we thought. You know, we'd been dodging a little bit of weather, obviously, for a little while. Nothing had hit, and you know, all of a sudden there was that shower that I guess. The pace car was sitting down there on the inside. It was still dry when they wrecked, and if you watch the end car, you could see that some rain definitely started right before they wrecked. But we really couldn't do anything like about that, and it was, you know, it's not something that you can predict when it's going to start raining. So just a super bad situation for everybody.
Yeah, and that process is basically, you know, you have the pace car, you also have corner workers. That's basically it, is those are the spotters around the track to let you know the conditions. That's all you have to go. I mean, the place is gigantic. It's 2.5 miles around. I want to talk about another process, right? So there's this big wreck, and now we're sitting under the red. We don't know if this is going to end the race or not. The process of the running order. From my understanding, if you're in the wreck in any manner, you basically are then in the accident. If anyone works their way through the wreck, like as I see, there's so many cars, so many accidents. The 3 is determined to get through clean without an issue. But because the race is still continuing, use loops, not cameras at this point. You know, we get the 3 down here looking good, and then the 4 kind of drives off into the wreck. So the 3 looks like the one that gets clearly through it in my mind. But how does that explain to me how you set the running order in chaos like this?
So the first thing we reference is the loop, the scoring loop on the racetrack that was the last one that they passed before the caution came out.
And that's electronic, right? When you hit the button for the yellow.
That is, yeah. And so everybody will have passed that loop, and that's the first thing we look at for an order. But then beyond that, you have to maintain speed. So everybody that was wrecking and all of that got in the wreck kind of gets placed in the order how they kind of came out and sort of maintained speed. So the 3 made it through there clean, and that's who's leading right now. And honestly, they're still over there sorting out the rest of the field, but that's how we came up with the 3.
Yeah, and thankfully in this situation, I think it's very clear to me that 3 of Austin Dillon went through unscathed, and Truex just told us, he goes, I just stopped. Everybody was wrecking, so I just stopped. Yeah. So, and now you see the cars pulling off out of the accident. So, fortunately, I think the race winner and the guy that we're looking at in points, to your point, kind of both got through clean.
And Scott, the question now is, with 20 laps left in this race, and as you mentioned, you can't predict the weather, how long do you wait? What is it that you do as far as to determine if this race gets called?
Well, I think it's our responsibility to, make sure that we give a fair chance to get back to green flag racing. A lot on the line here, and we're gonna watch the radar, watch the lightning, and put in our best effort to get back going under green.
I feel bad for you. It's been quite the week. We have Kurt Busch removing his waiver, come to one of the craziest races of the year. Weather in the area, it's been busy over in the NASCAR section.
It's been busy. It's always busy over there.
Yeah, no, it is for sure. When we come here, talk about if we do restart this race, right? Like at that point, as long as we don't have a lightning delay, the goal is to try to finish the race. Cars that are on pit road, how does the DVP and all this work? That's all electronic, right? If people can fit, we saw the 12 earlier get off the DVP, the damaged vehicle policy. That's how he could continue. But now with 21 to go, these cars that are out of the race, they just continue to lose laps. Other guys can move around. That's how the whole scoring process works.
Yeah, that's right. And the ones sitting on pit road with damage will have to leave pit road if they're able, and then come back to pit road, and then the DVP clock will start, and their 6-minute cycle of trying to repair their car will start then.
A lot of details, Rick. It's crazy with the stuff we discuss, and then it can fall somewhere between these crazy gray areas that we never could think of when it comes to some of these rules.
Yeah, and Scott, we appreciate you spending time coming over here and explaining all this to us. The weather behind us, as you can see just over our shoulder, it continues to get worse. And so you've got people that are watching the radar, the lightning strikes. And you mentioned, you want to do, because there's so many things in play right now, you want to do what's best for the entire competition. But it is official once you get past halfway point of this race. So you do have an official race in front of you. It's just how long you want to wait to see if there's a possibility of getting the last 20 laps in.
Absolutely, and we're going to make our best effort to try to get back to green flag racing.
Okay. Well,
busy times.
Yeah.
Busy times.
Thank you, Scott.
For sure.
Much.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right.
We'll let you get back to the guys over there that are making all these decisions. I know that Steve O'Donnell is probably waiting for you to come back to chat with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I really appreciate Scott coming over. It's a great opportunity during a red flag with a lot of things happening to kind of educate the fans on the rules and how this sport works. And I'm a huge fan of Scott Miller. He was my crew chief. I worked with him at RCR. We won some races together. Just a solid guy. And this is a complicated sport, and it's really hard to understand and know all the rules. And when we have these opportunities for NASCAR to come over, take some time and say, okay, here's how it works, I really appreciate that, because as long as we've been in this sport, we still get a little confused sometimes. It's just a great opportunity to just remind us, but all the fans as well, exactly how these rules work.
Yeah, it's we don't know when they mash the button that brings that yellow out. We see at points Cody Ware's ahead of the 3 car. There's there's differences in the running order, and we just have to take their word for when they mash that button and that caution is out, they go back to the loop before, and that's the running order. It's not their. It's not. They're not over there writing that running order. That's spit out by a machine. That's digital, and So we just kind of have to trust what they're telling us. And, you know, sometimes that's difficult, especially it's easy up here. It's easier up here to sit up here and go, okay, man, that's the way it is. But when you're down there inside that car, you know, just like Justin Haley. I mean, he believes that it was raining the lap before. We watch it on video. We don't see anything. We got other drivers saying other things. You know, but in his mind, he believes it, that they should have thrown that yellow. They had time to do it, and I'm angry. You know, and I've been in that position too. I didn't lose that spot to that guy. When the caution come out, I was ahead of him. You know, I've had that same argument, that same fight as a driver. You see it a whole lot different.
Yeah, and you know, when they do push that button, it's a timestamp. So it's a digital recording of, okay, here's where everybody was locked in. But then it gets complicated because then, you know, if you're a Kevin Harvick fan, you're like, he was leading when the caution came out. But yes, he got in the wreck. He couldn't maintain pace. So it just, you know, it really isn't that complicated. It's kind of a little bit of common sense. If your guy's leading and he gets in a wreck and he can't maintain speed, you have to maintain a reasonable amount of speed. And it's really no more complicated than that in regard to all that stuff. But, you know, this has been a trying week for NASCAR as far as trying to get all these things done. Weather has been in the area all weekend long. We've seen some great racing. I mean, the Xfinity race yesterday was great. This race so far has been really compelling, a lot on the line. And they want to see that through. They want to give every competitor a chance because we talk about the championship and we talk about the opportunity for guys making the playoffs, but there's more at stake. Being top 25 in points is a major deal. It's a massive difference in money from being 24th, 26th. That's a major difference. Those guys are racing for that too. So there's a lot on the line for a lot of drivers, and they want to give that opportunity. So they're going to stick here as long as they can. There's a lot of lightning that's building. I don't know what's going to happen, Rick, but they're going to try to get this race going, but it's going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, as you mentioned that behind us, you know, the rain is definitely settling back in. When you look at this wreck, the other thing we want to talk about is we keep saying maintaining speed. The other thing you can't be is in the wreck. And, you know, people say, how do you determine somebody's in the wreck? Well, listen, forget finishing order. That's determined because we have this damaged vehicle policy. So they know every car that they feel was involved in the accident. That's determined. That is how the damaged vehicle policy goes through. So really, you know, I think the 4 of Kevin Harvick had the chance to win the race because he kind of misses the first wreck. And then watch right here as we're going to spin. I'm going to watch this 4 car. They all start to wreck. And then a gap opens up. We freeze it right here, right? The 4 car is going to get in the gas and the door closes. And that was, I'm going to tell you, if he gets through that hole, the 4 car of Kevin Harvick is perhaps going to be the guy that got through unscathed and was ahead of the 3. But unfortunately, he wasn't, right? He ended up getting into the wreck. That was a great move by Harvick that didn't work out. So, you know, there is this process to determine who's in the wreck and who isn't because it goes to the damaged vehicle policy, and that is important because it eliminates cars all the time in races. So, as opposed to this, right on board, right? So he sees the wreck, and he has a pretty good chance to be involved right here. Unfortunately,
that is
21 slides back.
That is a great camera shot right there on the roof of that car because I was wondering about Cody Ware in the 51. And so Austin goes by Cody as you see the green light still blinking right here. Green light, another green light up there. So that tells me that NASCAR hasn't hit that button yet, hasn't spit out the running order just yet.
Well, even the 4 car, you know, so see the rain, now everybody's wrecking. Looks like Kevin Harvick's going to win this race, but he ends up getting in the wreck as well. It's just a mess. I mean, there's no other way to say it. I will say this, guys, and I appreciate Scott coming over here, and I do agree with him. I don't know what they could have done different, but that doesn't mean that we as the industry don't need to look to make it better, right? I mean, we can say, hey, don't know what we could have done different. Well, we got to figure a way to do it different in the future. And we got to always learn and be willing to make things better so that this doesn't happen again. This isn't good for anybody. Nobody wants this. What technology, what is it out there that we could use in the future?
Is there a sensor that could be on the racetrack somewhere where it says, hey, you've got this much precipitation that's there? But even then, things happen so fast in this sport, that would have been a split-second decision if a caution would have come out even just before they got to this.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. I mean, if you're driving one of these race cars, you trust, don't even think about the track being an issue, right? And even in practice, when they drop that green flag, you leave pit road and you are going. You're not riding around looking for the track to be okay. They've told you it's okay because they opened it, and drivers can't think any different and shouldn't think any different.
the last shot we showed there was a great shot because where they wrecked and then where they were in the sun was literally 100 yards. It was 100 yards from where they all wrecked until they were in the sun, which was in turn 2. So it's so difficult to predict things like that. You still get a look at Austin Dillon. He's sitting back there. It's alternate victory lane right now, but he's sitting in there waiting out because he is currently the race leader if this continues.
Yeah, with the Lightning, some of our movements around the racetrack are restricted, but it's we got a good update. All the drivers involved have been released from the Infield Care Center, so that was great to see. That 99 takes a big turn up the hill, and there's just so much going on right there. You could watch the wreck 100 times and find another hit or another spin or move. So. Hey, we talked about this before we came here. We knew something could happen. Well, a lot of somethings have happened, and Austin Dillon's hoping it ends the race.
We'll be right here at Daytona. WeatherTech Series racing from VIR. The number 57 Mercedes AMG from Windward Racing is on pole for the GTD. Coming off the win last race at Road America. And, yeah, the sun's shining there. And even though they don't need sunshine, race in the IMSA WeatherTech Series. So that will be coming up next right here on CNBC. Take a look at the points once again. This is the final race of the regular season before the playoffs get started for the NASCAR Cup Series. Everyone in yellow locked in. Austin Dillon, current leader. If the race gets called, he would be locked in. And Martin Truex Jr. currently 12 points ahead of Ryan Blaney. Again, if the race ends now, it would be Martin Truex Jr. who would be in the playoff picture.
Don't be giving us some Ryan Truex Jr. teams.
Well, I saw Ryan Blaney's name below there, and I tried to combine the two, which would be very confusing. But very cool right now. Austin Dillon just sitting there waiting it out, and right now it is pouring rain here all the way around the racetrack.
I've always thought this is super hard. I can't imagine what it's like to be a driver, but being a crew chief, you're trying to decide – what are you allowing your mind to do, right? Because can you leave the moment? Can you imagine what this win could mean for you? Because if you do that and then we restart, are you engaged or have you kind of wandered, at least mentally, out of what was having to be accomplished today? So it's so awkward, and you got to sit there on camera and look kind of, polite and polished, but as you can see, the rain is picking up very, very hard here.
Yeah, there's a big old cell now over the top of the racetrack, and I think the entire racetrack's getting rained on, and it doesn't look too good.
Well, let's do what race fans are doing all around the country right now. Talk about who's going to win this championship. So, right. It seems to me, Junior, I think that Chase Elliott going into these playoffs, he's probably the favorite. He's the guy that seems to run well every week. They've gotten on a roll, have kind of separated themselves from the rest of the field. To me, from their back, it gets a little cloudy. I'm not real sure who the second, third, fourth favorite would be. I just think the competition this year has been crazy and it's been unsettled. One team will get going and then all of a sudden they don't run well for a few weeks, and I just think it's going to be a crazy playoffs.
Yeah, this has been the most unpredictable season in terms of, you usually get an idea that this guy's good at the short tracks and this team's good at the intermediates, and boy, this is our road course hero, and it's kind of been moving around. It's been a moving target all year. Trackhouse looked like the best team overall consistently week in and week out all the way through the first half of the year. For whatever reason, they haven't been able to put together the finishes in the second half of the season. I don't know if they feel like they have the pace or have the advantage that they've had throughout the year, but I don't. I think that the rest of the series has caught up to them. That typically happens in the garage. Teams get hot, but they don't stay hot forever. And you need to peak right now, and you're right. The team that's been peaking here lately is that 9 car. We also see a little bit of flash out of the 5 team and Kyle Larson. I know they had a bad day today, engine issues, but he's been running a little bit better. And a lot of these teams sort of save a little bit of their best stuff for the playoffs. When it really, really matters, some of these teams can really improve in performance.
Well, speaking of Hendrick Motorsports, the 2 drivers that concern me, I just haven't seen the speed lately. William Byron, that car has just not run the way you expect it to. Alex Bowman, they have also not run the way that they expected. Until a few weeks ago, I didn't think the 5 car was either, but he's shown some speed lately. I have some concerns about them, but some other teams, guys, is, Joe Gibbs Racing. Where are they? they confuse me a little bit as well. There's times I'm like, okay, they're getting ready to bust out. The Toyos are rolling. But Rick and Steve, I'm really curious what you guys think about Joe Gibbs.
Well, I think to handicap the teams, you have to talk about where we're going to race, because you heard Martin Truex Jr. right there say already, he was like, I'm looking forward to the playoffs because the races I think we can run at. You know, and it starts at a, what I'll call a variety first round, right? Darlington, high speed but very odd. William Byron was very good there. We saw Joey Logano kind of get into it and move him for the win. Kansas is I would call that a standard mile-and-a-half, which have been crazy. To Jeff's point about Joe Gibbs Racing, the Toyotas at the last mile-and-a-half track or 2-mile track at Michigan were untouchable fast. I know they didn't win. Will they bring that speed again? And then Bristol. I know we've seen Bristol. Not this Bristol. We saw the dirt version of Bristol. Now we're going to go to the high banks, and then so on and so forth. Right? You see Talladega and the Roval in the next round, and then that Miami, Martinsville to finish it out. So I think the schedule is so interesting because I can make a path for a lot of drivers to the round of 8. Now, once you get to the round of 8, Rick, good luck, because, you know, who's going to show up? The early year track house, the best we've seen from these other organizations.
And just reminding you, the 16 drivers will all get ranked. They will start off with 2,000 points, and then the playoff points that they've been able to earn all throughout the regular season gets added to that. So every point, every position matters once again. At the end of each of the rounds, they take the bottom 4 in points and eliminate them. And so that's a tough scenario for some of these drivers who may have just got a win or maybe one stage point that was able to put them in this position to run for a championship. So you've got to do well right in that first round.
Well, you have to do well, and you know, I hate the other drivers don't want to hear this, but the non-playoff drivers, they're just not going to lay over. And I think that's going to be even bigger this year, just because the garage feels different. We have the chance to have 16 winners, right? The depth is there. The cars that can go win, you know, I mean, just today, with what was on the line, who was up front, right? We saw the 31 leading, the 47 leading, you know.
The 43 leading.
Right, so who is thinking, I know we didn't make the playoffs this year, but we still have 10 more races with this new car. What can we learn? What can a win mean for a driver organization? We're hearing a lot of drivers being re-signed. You mentioned earlier, Blaney and Logano extended. Who else in that garage area is looking for that extension, looking for that long-term deal at their own home, their own race team, you know, winning in the playoffs, even not as a playoff car? We've seen it. Jeff Gordon did it way back when. We have seen non-playoff guys win. So I don't think these races are going to be anything easy for the playoff drivers.
And Marty, still, it looks to be calm and collect there for Austin Dillon. Is that what you're seeing out of this team?
He's staying pretty cool, trying to keep his mind off what could be. In fact, I just asked him a moment ago, I said, what's going through your mind right now? And he's staying in race mode. He's asked me how many cars would continue when, not if we go green, when we go green. So he's staying in the mindset of that he has to finish this race off today. I said, are you allowing yourself to think about it at all? He said, nope, I'm going to stay in race mode. And that's what his thought process is right now. But raining harder. He did point that out. It's raining harder here in alternate victory lane.
Yeah, tough situation for Austin Dillon. You have the possibility of that win sitting right up there in front of you to celebrate it. But you also have to stay a little bit calm until it's actually official. On USA, exactly what we have been talking about all day and all season, the race for the championship. It's the new NASCAR docuseries on USA, giving you an all-access pass to the world of NASCAR. Again, that premiering Thursday at 10/9 Central on USA. Here is a small sample of what you're going to see.
Time to strap in and get them going. Everyone's excited.
NASCAR drivers are some of the best race car drivers in the world.
This is what everybody came to see. 2, 1, wheel to the right.
That's the goal, right? There's the big trophy at the end of the day. I just want to win.
We've all got those couple of crazy friends that do crazy things. Well, this is 40 of us.
When I think about gladiators, NASCAR drivers are very much in that vein.
I want to be the one that steals the show.
Be a husband, be a father, be a race car driver.
And when you're in the car and you don't think about, like, ooh, I can get hurt. I got life insurance policy for that, and it's up to date.
Even when you don't win, I try not to have many bad days.
It's time to meet your brother.
It is nice disconnecting from all the rest of the mess.
You like being an owner and not just a driver? You like being both?
We can win a championship with everybody in this room, the equipment in this building.
It takes everything that you have. Mentally, physically.
I wanted to like cry, man.
The guy tried to wreck me down the backstretch.
Race with somebody wheel to wheel, it's inevitable to piss somebody off.
You guys.
They're at it again, all the way to the inside.
Our livelihoods are made by beating that guy.
Sometimes I feel like people are better when they're pissed off.
Dear Heavenly Father, please bless Chase today. Please keep him safe.
Death is my biggest fear.
Trouble turn 2. Oh, pushes upside down.
Racing scares the crap out of me.
Triple turn 2. Forward into the outside wall. Steaming to the line. Unbelievable. Checkered flag in the air.
Welcome to playoffs.
Who will be the NASCAR champion?
Really looking forward to that. The NASCAR docuseries on USA, Race for the Championship. Again, it premieres Thursday at 10/9 Central on USA. Austin Dillon continuing the waiting game on the weather and if this race will get called. The other driver that we had talked about a little bit in that incident, the driver of the number 4, Kevin Harvick.
Right, Rick, and actually we were just discussing that moment there, Kevin, where you went off into turn 1. You were in pretty good position there. What happened from your point of view?
Well, it was raining.
Well, yeah, but
yeah.
in terms of like what you were trying to make it through.
Yeah, well, we made it through the first part of the wreck there, and obviously there was a lot of carnage. And I saw the bottom 2 cars starting to come back up the racetrack, so I gassed it up. And
so close. So
close, but the car maintained plenty of speed. You can see it come out of there. And so I guess it's all kind of subjection. You have to be subjected to what is minimum speed, because when the caution comes out, we are the leader when the light comes on. So if you I don't know.
Is this something you want to discuss in NASCAR about how they just make that decision?
Well, I think they're making it up as they go. So I think it's just one of those deals.
I hear you in terms of that, in terms of figuring out where you guys stand. Let's talk about some of the racing there. It was pretty crazy. You guys were a fast car that got a little bit damaged there and then was able to fight yourself back in position. How'd you make that happen?
Yeah, we had a good Mobil 1 Ford Mustang and just were able to push really well. I think when we missed part of the fender there and had the splitter get separated from the nose, it kind of took the ability to lead well away from the car. But our car would still push, and they did a great job of fixing everything. And all you have to do at these places is keep it rolling and give yourself a chance.
You guys definitely were doing that. So let's look ahead here. If we get past this race, you guys have been on fire as of late. We're going to the playoffs. Is the peak at the right time for this 4 team?
Yeah, our teams, the best thing is we've had some good luck. And I think just having some things go your way is important, because you're just, fast cars or slow cars, you have to have momentum and things on your side a little bit to be able to go through, all 10 weeks. So, our guys are doing a good job. The cars have been running well, and we've been able to run up front and do the things that we need to do. And if we can keep that up, you never know. It's just it seems like such a wide open championship picture, because it's just a wide variety of racetracks, and seems like you can hit or miss, and the momentum swings come with different teams at different times. So hopefully it's the right time to be running good, and we can keep it up.
You won at 2 vastly different racetracks, right? So where do you guys feel like maybe some of your strengths are as you head in these playoffs?
I have no idea.
That's maybe a good answer.
I have no idea. It's Richmond and Michigan, obviously very different, but there's some weeks I've learned early in the season that going to the racetrack, you have to have a very open mind as to how the weekend might go, because you just really don't have any idea. And we went back to Richmond thinking it was just going to be kind of a terrible race, and next thing you know, there's cars running around the wall in the middle of the racetrack all over the place. So, you really can't read into anything how you think it's going to go and what you think is going to happen, because it just seems to be so different every time we go somewhere.
And I think one of the coolest things about your race team, and speaking to your crew chief, Rodney Childers, was just sort of what that win, that first one, did for you guys to sort of prove you could do it still, right? Prove you could get back to victory lane. He said you wouldn't believe how much it changed everyone at the shop, the engine shop. Did you feel that and sense that in the team after you guys got that win?
I'm pretty confident in our ability to win. So I've been through longer dry spells than that one. And I think as you look at the guys on the team, they all do a really good job and have all been in position and won races and championships. And, it's nobody ever pointed fingers. Nobody ever said, when you're the problem or you're the problem. It's like, okay, what do we need to do to fix the problem? And, I think that's really the most productive way to get through losing streaks, are to figure out what's wrong and try to address one problem at a time, because it's so hard to diagnose and try to give the right direction, from the driver's seat, and you have to be a part of that process, or you can make 2 or 3 bad decisions and push for those decisions, and the next thing you know, you're way down a road that you can't get back from, and you have to start undoing things, and it just takes time, and we made a lot of good decisions, and the cars have been running better.
And that speed really showed up on the racetrack, and when you get that speed, it just makes your job easier. It makes the decisions you make easier, right?
It makes it so much easier, because then you're racing on offense, and when you can race on offense, it's much easier to race that way than it is to be on defense and backpedaling and just trying to trick them and with pit strategy and things like that. It's just when your car has the right amount of speed, you can go do the things that you need to do and be aggressive going forward.
So if we get this thing back going, you're not dressed for that anymore.
By the time you guys get back going, I'll be home.
Well, appreciate it, bud. Best of luck here as we get towards the playoffs.
Thank you.
Rick?
All right. Well, Junior, that was an interesting interview. And Steve kind of cleared up what we heard from Scott Miller there. Obviously, Kevin Harvick, he sees things exactly the way he wants it to go for him.
So we have to, let's go through the whole process, right? So when the accident happens, let's talk about how you then are scored. The first thing is you can't be involved in the accident. That's the first check mark. You can't be involved in the accident. So all the cars you see spinning and all the cars you see wrecking, you have 2 in the wall. The 99 is going to come up in the wall. The 47 about gets upside down. We see the 17. Right now, the 4. So if we stop right here, here's the 4 car right here. If we can back this up a few frames, I agree. He's not in the accident, right? Keep back. Right here, he's still clear. He's great. And it's as simple as if he somehow works through there, he's going to win this race. But unfortunately, he doesn't. The hole closes up. He's now involved in the accident. This guy down here, he's the only guy not involved in the accident that I see. And you got to go back a little bit. Here's the 2. He doesn't look back in the accident. Here's a better shot. Here comes the 4. So let's go through it. First,
Steve, just to clarify, right now the 17 is officially scored in front of the 4 based on the loop situation, but he's in the accident.
Doesn't matter. If you're in the accident, I don't care where you are in this mess right here. That makes no difference to me at all. If you are in the accident, none of these rules apply to you. You're in the accident. So then it is who wasn't in the accident. Of that group, how did they work through? Where were they at the final loop, right? So, I mean, you see how many cars this is, and then everyone in the accident is then scored by, how much damage, how they pulled away, how they went back around here. It might go back to the final, a lap before in other certain situations. It's all very different. But everyone in the accident has really nothing to do with this, and unfortunately, it's 90% of the field that's in the accident, which I think makes this, a little bit different. And, there's this conversation about maintaining pace because, you also, as you avoid the accident, if you just come to an absolute stop in turn 1 and 5 other cars roll through there at 70 or 80 miles an hour, they're going to pass you, because you didn't maintain space. If you go down to the apron and you just stop and wait and let everybody spin around you, there's a few check boxes that NASCAR goes through. This isn't the first time. Now, to defend Kevin, I've argued, knowing the rules, every side of all of these, because I've been the guy spinning, I've been the guy missing, I've been the guy getting through. And Kevin Harvick, listen, that was a veteran move. It was a small hole, but he gasses it up. He accelerates towards that wreck, because if he gets through there, I believe he is the race winner. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to do it.
Yeah, the key to all that is maintaining pace, right? I mean, that's the whole key to it. And if you can't maintain pace and someone doesn't, just go flying through a caution, right, going faster than you, then it's just about maintaining pace. It's no more complicated than that. So let's use the 4 car as an example. Here he goes. There's a hole right there. He gasses up. I'm going to go through this hole. The hole closes. If he would have gotten through there and just hit the left rear quarter panel and damaged the left rear quarter panel and come out in front of the 3, he's still leading. But he couldn't maintain pace. And that is ultimately what it's all about.
So, again, this is the reason why we are under a red flag condition, because this accident happened in turn 1 and 2. There was rain, that just a brief shower that came, and the front cars got loose, got sideways. The carnage then happened. The 3 came through unscathed, and to Jeff's point, maintained pace, was not involved in the accident. And so that is why right now Austin Dillon is currently scored as the race leader. Dave.
Tyler Reddick was definitely involved in the accident. Talk us through what you saw coming through there, and ultimately how your day sort of ended.
My day hasn't ended yet.
Okay, well, how much you got left?
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's in NASCAR's discretion, I guess. Part of me is okay with the day ending, so Austin can win. But I was really surprised. I mean, we were kind of sandwiched there for a while, but really all that we really tore up was the right front corner of our car. Wow. The splitter's pretty beat up, and the nose knocked down a little bit, but steering, all the suspension under the car straight, so we got really lucky in that aspect. And when we were done sliding up on the banking and slid down into the grass, I just kind of got lucky. I was going backwards, and instead of stopping, I threw in reverse and backed out of the grass, used my camera they put in these new cars, and drove it backwards to the back straightaway, then flipped around. So last few spots being backwards instead of forward, but I mean, we're 12th in the running order, but we're going to have to drop to the tail if we do get back going for pitting under a closed pit road.
Okay. Hey, I want to talk to you about the beginning of your day, because early on you were talking about an issue with the steering not giving you the feedback, the kind of feedback you need to tell Randall Burnett what you need changed on the car. What was it like driving it?
A bit of a handful. Yeah, just not really knowing what the car was going to do, getting side drafted, the car would kind of take off, do its sort of thing. But later in the race, we got out front. We were getting pushed by like Kyle, Stenhouse, Chase, Elliott. You know, our car was driving pretty good. It kind of got a little bit more manageable. When I have a car that's plowing and then free, it's a little hard to hang on to, but with some clean air on the nose, the steering kind of got a little bit more normal. I was definitely really loose, but I could kind of just guide the car along, and it was all right. So yeah, it was unfortunate early on there, about midway through the race. You know, I was struggling with steering, and Logano, McDowell, and myself were trying to stay to each other's bumper, and I was just in a weird spot there, and was trying to not actually get to the outside of Michael, and I was trying to push and just hit him in the wrong spot and hooked him. So hate it for those guys. They didn't need that. They didn't deserve that. So that was tough, but yeah, it happened.
So the big crash happens a lap before that. What was going on with the weather, and when did you first experience that shower?
About a couple seconds before we crashed.
Yeah.
That was the first warning. I mean, I knew it was getting close, but at that point, you're just trying to get to the front and be up front whenever the caution does come out or when the rain starts. I've seen it, throughout history a few times where it's come out of nowhere and started raining. I think back to that All-Star race back in the early 2000s, I think it was. It was pretty crazy, but a lot of drivers had a lot on the line today, and I was really glad Austin was able to get through there. If we can't win it, we want him to win. So we didn't really get to work with each other a lot today, honestly. So I was hoping we could, but glad to see he got through that deal clean and is in the lead right now.
Regardless, you are on to the playoffs. How strong is the 8 team right now?
Man, I think we're in the right. We're definitely, we've been heading in the right direction, and we've had a lot of the right things. The speedways for me was kind of a question mark. Atlanta, we've had the 2 Atlanta races. We had a good car we were able to lead with. Talladega, we fell out early. In Daytona, we were here for the 500. I just really struggled with the handling of my car, kind of similar to the start of the day. But I knew if I get more laps, I'd get a little bit more used to what this car drafts and race like on a super speedway, and I feel like I've definitely accomplished that. So, I mean, that was probably the biggest thing, even more so than running good or winning today, is I wanted to be able to leave her some experience when we go to Talladega later in the playoffs, that I feel good about how to race these cars on these tracks.
Let's talk about first round, Darlington, Kansas, Bristol. What are you looking forward to there?
They're all really good tracks for me, I think.
Nice.
I mean, I don't know about Bristol. We've been to the other 2. Bristol, we ran on dirt, obviously, and I mean, it's not even comparable to what it is on concrete. So I mean, we'll see. Bristol's kind of the unknown, but we were really fast at Darlington, really fast at Kansas. We just had some issues at Kansas, so good round for us, honestly.
All right, so good to hear. Car not completely destroyed. In fact, kind of good shape, so we'll see what happens with the weather and what might hold for Tyler Reddick the rest of today, Rick.
Thanks, Dave. Again, we see the covers on top of the cars. The rain is picking up once again here in Daytona. But right now, Austin Dillon up front of the field under a red flag condition. While the rain delay continues for the Cup Series at Daytona, a beautiful day at VIR. And in 9 minutes, that will be on USA. So make sure to turn over to USA for the start of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race there. Again, the GTD classes, GTD Pro and GTD class will be racing at VIR at 2 o'clock on USA as we continue to wait out the rain delay here in Daytona.
And what a beautiful facility VIR is. At 20 minutes from my hometown of South Boston, Virginia, and it's a world-class facility, great racetrack. A lot of us, Junior, went there to test some, trying to get ready for road course racing, and it's a really fun course, and it's like a race course in the middle of the forest. It's really, really fun.
So again, the rain's continuing here. You see on the billboards and such, weather alert, letting the fans that are still here in the area know that we're still under a weather delay and a weather alert here. And calm, cool, and collected. Austin Dillon still waiting it out. When the rains came yesterday that postponed this race until this morning, it was a minimum of 2 hours. Once the racetrack was completely wet all the way around, it takes the jet dryers about 2 hours to completely dry this racing surface.
Yeah, with 21 laps to go, I count about 10 cars that I think are, we'll say, damage-free. There's some other cars I think even with some damage they'll be able to repair. I mean, in the Xfinity Series race, we saw many damaged cars, still competing at the end. So at this point, if your car is pretty clean, I think you're only just kind of figuring out what you need to do for this last 21-lap run. If you have some damage, you're actually using this opportunity to come up with the best plan to repair it the best it can be. You heard Kevin Harvick. He said he's going to be home before we get this, so he feels his issue is terminal on the 4 car. So it's interesting. These wrecks are big and they're complicated, and like Jeff mentioned, it's all about who's in the wreck, maintaining speed, and how you leave the wreck and how you blend back in. And I can see everybody's argument about where they should be, and this is why it's so important, because this system, these points are just so important. Now, has it currently 6? Truex is 13 over Blaney, so I think that's a pretty big window. That would mean one of them had to move 13 spots. Mm-hmm. But it all hinges off this 3 being the leader. NASCAR confirmed he is the leader. We heard Harvick's opinion. I would have the same if I was him, for sure, 0 doubt. But this happens. This happens at so many speedway races. That's what makes it very, very complicated.
I mentioned the rain and the length of time it takes to dry the racetrack. Well, as we take a look at the radar, it doesn't look like it's going to stop raining anytime soon either. So that's after the rain stops when they can start to dry this racetrack. And so you take a look at the radar. Again, these pop-up showers, this one, the cell pretty much sitting on top of us right now, and they continue to pop up all around the Central Florida area.
Yeah, and all the drivers and crew chiefs and fans at home want to know how long are you going to wait. And what NASCAR is looking at is, what does the future look like? Does it look like this cell could move out? If it moves out, is there clearing behind it? And if they see that, if they see the opportunity for a clearing, they're going to sit here and wait. The fans are here. They deserve to see a race. The fans at home deserve to see a race, so they're going to wait it out. If they feel like there's a clearing within a reasonable time, and the only way to do that is they're watching this cell that's coming through right now, and it's going to kind of tell what's going to happen. It'll take a while to dry the track, like you just said, Rick, but if they think a clearing is going to come, they're going to wait just a little bit.
I think it would be different if it was a Monday morning, right? But it's a Sunday. The fans have come back to the track, so I do think that, it allows them a little bit bigger window of time as well.
The other thing is Junior, these are always hard times for me as a driver, not knowing, all right, okay, if it quits raining, it's going to take 2 hours to dry, but when's it going to quit raining? What am I going to do for the next 3 hours? What am I going to do? And how do you keep yourself in that game? clearly Austin Dillon wants that not to be a consideration. He wants this thing to be ended right now. But there's a lot of other guys that have a chance to win and are still in position. And how do they, what are you focusing on? What are you talking to your team about? What are you working on to make these last 20 laps the best they can possibly be? And you can't take yourself out of the game.
You're right. I mean, all these guys have went back to their haulers or back to their buses, speaking to crew chiefs or hanging out with their family. Everybody but Austin Dillon, he's sitting there deer in the headlights wondering what his future is over the next several hours, because it's going to be a massive impact on his season, right? Other people want the opportunity to go racing again, try to win this race, but he's sitting there with the lead if this thing gets called, and he has to really kind of wait out. You can see the misery on his face. Not really, probably the guy having the least amount of fun right now on this property.
Well, Junior, if we do go back racing, Ryan Blaney, I'm sure, would love it. Ryan Blaney would love to go back racing because that's the opportunity for someone who has already won this year to win this race. And that means that Blaney would be able to move up, because if somebody new doesn't win, then Truex and Blaney get in based on points.
Well, and even if it's a new winner, we have a lot of cars that aren't going to continue. So Blaney, who's a little bit trapped right now at 29, 6 laps down, if we run 6 more laps, all the cars in that accident, he's going to leapfrog, and there is a ton of them. We've seen the accident 20 times. I mean, there's on our timing screen, I see at least 9, 10, 11 cars in front of him. It's currently 13 points, so now he's within a point or two of Truex. Truex 6th and 6th. He could lose spots, gain spots, so the whole outcome could change for Blaney. It's hard to believe this is a driver that was so close to winning the first race of the year here at Daytona. It's a race he would love to have back, or at least a finish he would love to have back. But to your point, I mean, a lot can change in 21 laps. Look how much changes in one set of corners. So 21 laps, anything can change. Yeah. It's agonizing. I feel bad for Austin. I don't have a good suggestion on what he could do or should do, but it does look a bit agonizing sitting here. I like what he told Marty, though, right? He's staying in the race mode. I think that's the only thing he can do.
And again, a reminder, on USA at 2 o'clock, it will be the IMSA WeatherTech race from VIR. And so, again, at the top of the hour, at USA, that is the IMSA WeatherTech racing from VIR. We're going to stay right here on CNBC and wait until a decision is made on this race. Austin Dillon still waiting out this red flag condition from Daytona, the final race of the regular season to determine who the 16 drivers will be that will fight for a championship in the playoffs beginning next week. Austin Dillon in a position where he could win his way into the playoffs if the field stays the same and this race is called. He is currently up front, and there are only 21 laps remaining here from Daytona. And how did we get to this point? Well, we'll get you caught up on that. We will start from the beginning, and here's the beginning of the race here at Daytona earlier today. 4 hours ago at the start of this race, now we're under a red flag condition for the weather that has gone through the area. Still waiting that out. They are trying to dry the track. Austin Dillon still scored as the lead. When we come back, we'll watch a little more of the race from earlier. The new NASCAR docuseries on USA, Race for the Championship, is going to give you an all-access pass to the world of NASCAR like you've never seen it before. And again, that premieres Thursday at 10, 9 Central on USA. For a taste of what you're going to see on Thursday, here's a better and closer look at Daniel Suarez as a part of that docuseries.
Feels good how it looks.
It looks good right there. There is a lot of good drivers out there that I have respect for, and they're good. But I work hard to beat them, and I work hard to be better than them.
That red dot is the only thing that exists in your world right now. Don't let it escape you. Nice.
The next-gen car is changing everything. The most important part of the next-gen car is level things out.
Full focused. Stay with it.
Win races is definitely the #1 goal. I'm just excited that I'm going to have exactly the same stuff than every single guy out there. I love it, to be honest. I don't feel pressure.
And as you will see in that race for the championship, it's a bumpy road, even for drivers like Daniel Suarez right here at Daytona. This was earlier today, and right there, a hard hit into the outside wall for Suarez, involved in this big wreck. And now the track drying continues, still under a red flag condition, with 20 laps to go when they come across the stripe. But they'll continue to dry the racetrack, or attempt to dry the racetrack. No weather has come back in the area, so we're going to go back and watch a little more from stage 2 from earlier today. Track drying is going very well as we're closing in on 3:30 here at Daytona Beach, Florida. And with that, that means that there's a possibility we could continue the final 20 laps of this, the regular season finale. And so while they are getting a little bit closer, let's go to the end of stage 2, which was run earlier. Is going well as we're under a red flag condition, but NASCAR is predicting if we do not get any further weather that they can green flag this race and finish it at 4:10. So plan on that. Want to take a look at our Motor Mouth moment. It was right here, the most recent caution that have put us in this red flag condition. Again, Motor Mouse on Monday and Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Peacock, as well as Dell Jr. Download streaming on Peacock. NASCAR has told the teams that the drivers need to report to their cars at 3:50. So again, they are trying for a 4:10 green flag as long as no more weather comes into the area, which means we will try to get the final 20 laps concluded for this, the season, regular season finale for the Cup Series. And we're going to take you now back to the part in stage 3 that got us to where we are right now. Again, that was as the rain was starting here, and that was a couple hours ago. Now the track is dry. They're finishing up that drying of the certain areas around the track. You see a different driver's suit for the driver of the 3, Austin Dillon, getting ready to climb back into the 3 car, which has very little damage, which is a big thing when you get ready to race the final 20 laps here, because you don't know exactly what everybody else has as far as damage on their cars. As soon as it goes back to yellow, the cars will have to go around the racetrack until pit road is open, and then they can come in and assess all the damage that they need to work on.
And that's really the question I have, Rick. So we know Austin Dillon looks reasonably in one piece. Behind him, we have the 51 that looks like he's in pretty good position, but like the 4 of Harvick.
Yeah, they towed that away once they took the cover off.
I mean, this wasn't even going to be possible to continue. So we kind of got to do a little reassessment. It's going to take a couple pace laps to see who has what. Remember, and I say this because there's a lot of cars who are ineligible for the playoffs. They are not in the top 30 in points. The 51 is not. The 77 Landon Castle is not. So we'll have to kind of reset this once we get cars on the racetrack. One car that's already won this year but looks good, the 2 of Austin Cindric. He won here back in February. His car being a lap down. You see Truex with the right front fender missing. Now, the one thing that's going to change is Blaney will get a whole bucket of points very quickly, because there are a bunch of cars damaged. And even out of the race, like Kevin Harvick, who just hooked to a wrecker, he still scored in front of Blaney because Blaney is 6 laps down. But once we run, say, 7 laps, Blaney will move up the running order. I have 9 or 10 points he's going to gain. Truex is currently 14 ahead, running in the 5th position. So, you know, even if we have a new winner, the points battle is serious. If we don't have a new winner, the points battle doesn't matter. But there's going to be a lot that goes down in these last 21 laps.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as they cross the stripe, which they're parked just behind the start-finish line on pit road, once they cross that, it'll be 20 laps to go. They'll have to go all the way around until they can open up pit road. The cars deciding to come back to pit road to do any work will come at that time. We want to get a few more updates before the drivers climb into their cars. We'll start with Marty.
Let's really give you a damage assessment of the cars here up front. Just saw Austin Dillon a second ago. He said, see, that's why I never left race mode. He calculated maybe about 15, 16 cars that should be good. His car looks fairly good. You move on down the line here. Cody Ware, his car looks fine. Landon Castle, his car looks pretty good. Kyle Busch a little further down. They have all this nose damage. They're going to come in. They're going to cut out that section right there, Steve, trying to get some clean air to that nose of the 18. You can see how damaged, though, it is. But they think, hey, the way this race is going, we're going to continue on. And you mentioned Austin Cindric. His car looks fantastic. They've got to clean the grill clearly to make sure they can get air to that engine for the 2 car. But Austin Cindric, his car looks outstanding. Right behind him is Martin Truex Jr., where Dave Burns is hanging out.
And Marty, that right front fender of Truex's car damaged but not undrivable. In fact, Martin said after they came in and made an adjustment to that car on one of the pit stops, it was better. He says it's just not fast, and the left rear of that car is a little bit of a parachute right now. But I want to show you behind him a couple of cars that are completely in one piece, intact. B.J. McLeod's number 78. Not a lot of damage there, if any. He has been waiting for his opportunity at the end of the race. And also former winner on this track, David Reagan in the 15 car. His car looking very, very good in one piece, ready to go. And that may be the key, Parker, to getting to the front at the end of this race. A car that still races well and drafts well with no damage.
Right, just having a clean car right now, Dave, is an anomaly. This is the 22 Giuliano. They've got a toe knocked out, so they're going to have to come down pit road and get that fixed. A little right side damage. Here, he's also 2 laps down. As we go down the line here, you have the 7 of Corey LaJoie, who was also involved in a wreck. Behind him, the 48, which has major front-end damage. Bubba Wallace has major front-end damage behind him. And a couple of cars back, though, lies the 62 of Noah Gregson with some right front damage, still on the lead lap. Could be playing spoiler here. And then behind him, the 12 of Ryan Blaney, who we've shown how beat up this car is. On almost every corner, it's got some form of damage, but they say it's driving straight right now. He is 6 laps down, but as you noted, Steve, he's going to gain many positions where all the cars are out. And so if they keep this thing running, it could keep the points close and be able to make it in the playoffs.
I want to know, Parker, what they would say if we get to Talladega in the playoffs and I just unloaded one that looked like that.
I was going to say, I've got to say,
I'm just going to start like this and see how it goes.
I've seen salvage yards that have better looking cars than what we are seeing on pit road right now.
Yeah, you see the 8 right here. Currently scored on the lead lap. Looks pretty decent on this side. Yeah, let's come on around to the right side. Let's see what we got going on over here. A little damage,
Steve, remember what Tyler said? He thought it was pretty straight, right? Hit kind of flush, even though he was hit on both sides.
Yeah, I'll call that flush for sure.
Looks brand new.
Yeah,
Dave, I just spoke to Randall Burnett
about
right
that. There. Tell Reddick it looks fine.
They said it's driving straight, just cosmetic body damage there. So you might have something on the lead lap.
I love it. I love it. We talk a lot about the playoffs, but back to Dave's point, right? David Reagan, Landon Castle, McLeod, Ware. I mean, these are guys that, we talk about winning at Daytona. Forget the playoffs. If they can win at Daytona, it could be a career moment for them. Harrison Burton, this car, I think, looks okay from the outside. No, this car does not. The 43.
Eric Jones.
They
got a lot of damage.
That's used up. The 21, I think we're hearing, has a little bit of suspension damage, so they're going to have to come in and try to fix the suspension.
The 42, Ty Dillon right in front of him. I wonder about that particular car and what kind of damage that one might have, because I think Ty always believes. He's going to go up there, race his hard. He sees an opportunity right here to shock the world, and he's in a situation, too, where he's racing for his career. So could be a guy that pretty dangerous here with 20 to go.
Left front fender is the biggest damage we see. We don't know if he's got any suspension damage.
So by my count, guys, eligible drivers for the playoffs that need a win, that I still think have a car, is Austin Dillon. I'm looking down the rundown. I believe Harrison Burton, we think there's some suspension there. Eric Jones looks pretty wrecked. I agree with Dale Jr. Ty Dillon's car looked reasonably straight. Bubba Wallace sits a lap down, but the nose is pretty damaged. I think it would be a lot to get Bubba Wallace's car back to race winning, but we've seen crazier things. I mean, we've seen crazier things today. 4 or 5 guys still have playoff hopes alive. Sure.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Hey, well, until it's over, it is not over. Why not?
Yeah, 21 laps to go. Don't assume we're not going to see another caution.
Right.
Or 8.
Yeah, you were here Friday night, right?
And Saturday.
I mean, that Friday race, right, Jeff? I don't know how many yellows we saw with only 6 or 7 cars was straight, 3 overtimes, straight sheet metal.
So the drivers are climbing in and have climbed into the cars that are still here and able to race. There are quite a few drivers that don't even have cars on the grid anymore. And so the ones that are still able to race climbing into their cars. Parker.
Well, guys, I wanted to give another damage update here for Ty Dillon. Actually, the left rear toe link looks to be broken there on the 42. So it did look fine from the outside, but upon closer inspection. And then also for Harrison Burton, he's got some major left front suspension damage. You can see here the left front sort of caved into the wheel well right there. So I think these two cars are maybe a little bit more wounded, obviously, in the suspension category than they show on the outside, Dave.
And Parker, right behind the 21 of Harrison Burton is Eric Jones, leader earlier in this race, but look at that front end damage. Boy, oh boy, what a crunch job that is. They're going to have to bring it to pit road to see what they can tear away and safely get this car back going before they really know how straight it is and how fast Eric Jones can race.
So we've seen Ryan Blaney repair a front toe issue after big contact with the rear wall. We just got a report that the left rear toe link is broken on the 42 of Ty Dillon. But this is the part I believe that this team could change. Let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car in the rear toe link. What is it here? What does it do? Well, remember, independent rear suspension, which basically means it has an upper control arm, a lower control arm, can travel up and down. So therefore, the tire, in theory, can turn, which is good in the front, not in the rear. So as we take the right rear tire off, you see that yellow part right there? That is the right rear toe link. If we remove this part, just like it was bent or broken, we're going to show you what it does, right? As this part moves out, look what the right rear tire and brake assembly can now do. It can point to the left or to the right, which is not what you need for the rear. Basically, the limiting factor is either if that's bent and still in place or the axle itself kind of bottoms out. So they're going to come in, remove the bent one, put a new one in here. It's just two bolts, a bolt on the inside, a bolt on the outside. Listen, I thought Ryan Blaney's car, zero chance they can repair it, and yet here it is. Only it's run 130, 3 laps in today's race. So I think the 42 car, they've had a red flag to talk about how they're going to do it. They probably have a good plan. Why not? Let's give Ty Dillon a shot at this thing.
And you heard the crowd. The cars that are on pit road fired back up again. And that's what this crowd has been waiting to hear so that we can get to the final laps.
You heard
here from Daytona.
You heard Austin Dillon talking about how he had to stay in game mode. Well, you better be in game mode. It's only 21 laps to go. And we know how crazy these restarts get with only a few laps left. That's what you're going to have. So you're going to go from this complete calmness that you've been experiencing the last several hours to complete chaos. And you better be ready for it, Marty.
Well, you better be ready, Jeff. The sun out and ready to go here at Daytona. And I just chatted with Austin Dillon and with Justin Alexander, his crew chief. They do not have any damage they are worried about. And Justin told him before he climbed in the car, he said, listen, I know for the last 3 hours we thought we maybe have won this race. Now you got to go earn it. And I will say, Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon, those are the two cars with the speed that we think could win the race that look the best to me. We'll see if they can hold out for these final 21 laps.
And Rick, I want to applaud NASCAR and the track. I think even I, when the rains came down, looked around and said, man, well, this is it's crazy. The radar looks awful. But this is the moment, right? This is race 26. We've run an entire regular season. The fans have come out. I know we had a rain delay and are racing on the next day, but it's not Monday. It's still Sunday. It was a Saturday night race. You know, if you have a elimination game in baseball, you want to play 9 innings. You don't want it to be called at 7 just because it's official. Well, this is the final elimination race in my mind of the regular season. It will eliminate cars from the playoffs or chances to enter the playoffs. So I'm really thankful we're going to get a chance to see these final 21 laps.
And great that it started at 10 a.m. this morning because they had time to get out there, dry the track after the rain and the inclement weather went through. And so now the sun beating down on this racetrack once again as they're doing some final touches to the racetrack. As soon as the cars roll, they'll come down pit road and they'll dry the area where the cars have been sitting.
I haven't ruled out Truex. Why can't Truex? I know that fender looks bad, and I don't think he can lead a line lap after lap after lap. But, Jeff, you know, if you're in the picture coming to the start-finish line and they start beating and banging, Dale, you said at the top of the show, right? The big push and chaos every time we see them finish one of these races. I think that car could poke out and lead for a few hundred feet if needed.
Yeah, I certainly think that we're going to see some intense action, even with the limited cars that we have. And these guys all feel like, hey, man, it's opened up an opportunity for me that I didn't really think I had to win this race.
Marty.
Rick Jr. made mention of this on social media during the 3-hour rain delay. Pit road looks so odd. There's so many packed up pit boxes, and then you'll kind of stroll down a little further down pit road. Then there'll be an open pit box where there's a crew ready to pit their car here in a moment. Steve, it looks very unusual, almost like it does during the duels, you know, where there's all these open pit stalls, right, where all the crews have packed up already. They're on the way home back to Charlotte, North Carolina, but the teams who are still working today, they're here ready to go for these final 21 laps.
Well, you mentioned the duels, as we see right here from our Pace Cam, Coca-Cola sponsored Pace Cam on the back of the Pace car. I think it's the duels is kind of what I'm getting ready to see here. The duels or the shootout. You know, we make a lot of those in February and talk about how, well, it's a smaller field. But now here, you know, these guys are going to have to draft within this smaller field. And it's going to take a different mindset, Junior. You know, it's not going to have 30 cars out there. I think at the front of the field, you're going to have to work harder to get the runs you need without all the cars involved.
One car comes right to the pit stall.
Yeah, so I think NASCAR is going to look at that. This might be pitting with pit road closed. Yeah. So that doesn't mean it's legal, right? There still may be a penalty. Maybe these teams just understand what the penalty is, right? If it's tail end.
Start at the back of the 20-car field.
Yeah. I mean, if I had an issue I needed to adjust, I would jump on it as soon as possible. We see that with the 21 now, 48, 62, a bunch of cars. Parker.
I just want to point something out as we look at Noah Gragson here on pit road doing some fixes. Also the 43 of Eric Jones, and that's about the 2 of Austin Cindric, who won the Daytona 500 earlier this year. You know, he has a pretty clean car, and I think his biggest fan might be his Team Penske teammate Ryan Blaney, considering if he is able to go up there and be a winner here and be a repeat winner, that might just help Ryan Blaney get into the playoffs. And Austin knows that. The team has instructed him throughout the race about that situation. Even before, about 3 or 4 hours ago, one of the restarts, he was instructed that they needed a repeat winner after what had happened to the 12, so he fully knows what's at stake for his Team Penske teammate, Dave.
So one of the very smallest teams in NASCAR Cup Series racing is Beard Motorsports. They only compete a couple of times each year. In fact, this year, one employee, Darren Shaw, he's the only employee for Beard Motorsports, received and put together this car, made the Daytona 500 with this driver, Noah Gragson, and that car is still in one piece on the lead lap. And we know Noah, mainly from the Xfinity Series, he is not afraid to race up front at these plate races, and so we'll see what they do. A little work there on the front end, just making sure everything is square and ready to go for Noah Gragson. Marty?
So one of the things that's clearly becoming an issue here early is when do you fix your damage? Look at Ty Dillon dog tracking right there. So, Steve, their plan right now is they wanted to do a lap at speed, but there's no way they're going to be able to make that happen. They have to fix that left rear damage. Originally, they were like, can you make a lap at speed, reset the damage vehicle policy clock for us? And clearly, Ty saying, I can't not do that. I've got to come to pit road right now. That left rear damage is too bad.
Yeah, so basically you're allowed 6 minutes, but that 6 minutes just isn't in your pit box. That starts when you enter pit road. It ends when you exit pit road, and it totals every time you come down pit road unless you run minimum speed, which is about a 55-second lap here at Daytona. This car is impossible for this car to run speed. Now, the good thing is the DVP hasn't started. He still has all 6 minutes. So that's the most important part right here. We're going to see Ty come to pit road and change that toe length that we showed you in the animation on our Toyota virtual car. So
right there is when the clock started.
Yeah,
right?
Over that yellow line. So now we have 6 minutes. You got to be very careful. You can waste a lot of other time with penalties, 2 extra guys, things like that. Parker.
You see the 18 of Kyle Busch here. He and I were examining his car under the red flag there, looking, and you look at those 2 guys at the front. They're going through sort of the inlet to the engine. What had happened from his damage there was it sort of caved in and sort of created just a very small opening to get air to that engine. So I think the team is going in there and trying to see if they can expand that so they can get some air, because otherwise, he said, the suspension is straight, Marty.
Ty Dillon is here. He shut off the engine. He didn't really have control of the car. He is way too close to the wall. It took a while to get the car jacked all the way up. They're going to put it on jack stand. Steve, it's just 3 bolts. And I can't imagine what you crew chiefs do in the 3 hours if you game plan this and kind of run through this scenario. Hey, when we get this fixed, here's what we're going to do. So they're trying to get this fixed before that DVP clock runs out for Ty Dillon.
Yeah, I mean, this is something these teams practice now. This is a part that everybody knows has become the weak link in the suspension. So you practice the changing. You see Harrison Burton at the top. Pretty heavy work happening on the left front on this car. That 18 car, so, you know, we used to talk about, hey, we need to cut that area in the nose out to get some more cooling. It's more than just cooling for these cars. Remember, the air that physically goes into the engine through the throttle body, that doesn't happen at the base of the windshield anymore. It happens through the nose. So you know, it's cooling and power. Right? If that gets shut off, you starve the engine for clean, fresh air. That'll kill your horsepower.
I guess I'm a little bit curious about the cars that just went straight to their pit stalls. When did the clock start for them? Because that clock always normally is triggered by when you come onto pit road.
I'm sure NASCAR knows the rolling time from their pit box to the yellow. They'll just add it to it. They'll let the teams know, hey, you know, there's a 20-second or 25-second addition to your clock. I would be shocked if they found an advantage by turning left. As a matter of fact, when Scott Miller was over here during the rain delay, he had mentioned that he expected the teams to have to rejoin. So there's definitely going to be some time lost going straight to the box.
Let's take a look at the day for a few drivers, starting off with Ryan Blaney. Exactly everything he's been through. Obviously, this first wreck gets in the back of the 11 car, 20 cross racetrack. That's where he got that heavy damage we thought had KO'd this car, taking Blaney out of the race entirely. They've been able to work really, watch the safer barrier give a little bit right there. But they've been able to fix this car. He's soldiered around with this type of damage all day long.
And you see right here, more wrecks. See Martin Truex Jr. getting some contact. Survived in that wreck. But he was able to carry on. See that right front tire, it blew, destroyed that right front fender. Austin Dillon came out the winner in this. Started raining when they entered turn one. Had no idea rain was there. Huge wreck. Austin Dillon, see on the bottom? Slides through it. Now he's the leader.
Stay bottom, keep coming, keep coming. Way bottom, easy, bottom.
The field came back by just now. A lot of cars back to pit road for different types of service. The work continues there, Steve, on the 42.
Sorry, didn't mean to step on you there. The 42, 3 minutes left on their crash clock. I was going to let you guys know over there, the 21 of Harrison Burton, unfortunately, his crash clock has expired, so he is no longer going to be allowed to join the race. So that's one of those guys that needed to win. He doesn't have a chance. It's 42, though, 3 minutes to go. I think these guys right here are just trying to repair it now, maybe to just drive it back to the garage. There we go. Good work. There's the DVP clock, 2 minutes and time. And remember, that's his out to this yellow line. So as he pulls forward, this clock it won't erase, it just pauses. It pauses at the yellow line.
And he did not get that fixed.
Yeah.
So it must not be a toe link. It's maybe an issue with the upper control arm on that car.
So now the strategy, right? So now the strategy is there's no way to get rid of that 2 minute clock until you go out here and run a 55-second lap. So the question is, as we see that car go around turn one sideways, I'm not sure if that's possible, Marty.
Oh, and look at all that smoke as well. That's Speedy Dry on the racetrack. But yeah, they kind of called it off the work on the 42 car, sent him back on the track, but it is not tracking straight. So the theory here is they do want to try and make minimum speed. Meanwhile, the first car one lap down is Bubba Wallace. Team owner Michael Jordan still here in Daytona. He could have easily left during that 3-hour rain delay. Denny Hamlin sitting right beside Michael Jordan because he is out of this race. So interesting that both of the team owners here for Bubba Wallace are cheering him on. One lap down, currently the first car one lap down in 12th. Game not over yet for Bubba Wallace in 23XI Racing.
By the way, this is going to be the first time in the history of 23XI that both of the owners are sitting on the pit box at the end of a race.
They hope it's the last time for a while. As long as Denny Hamlin's driving.
Denny Hamlin involved in the wreck, so he is going to watch the end of this one from the pit box next to MJ. The running order and the cars on the lead lap: Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric, Ware, Truex Jr., Castle, Reagan, McLeod. McLeod's going to move up, and Kyle Busch will be behind him. And it's Reddick, Reagan, Gregson. A lap down is Bubba Wallace, Eric Jones, Ty Dillon. Those are the 13 right now. Harrison Burton's going to drop down the list. 2 laps down, Joey Logano. And the cars are 2 by 2 as we get ready for the restart from here at Daytona. Parker.
One of those cars in the top 5 is the 77 of Landon Castle. Very clean car, too. The team, when I talked to them on the red flag, said, you know, we don't know if we've got the speed to lead a line, but if we can just be in position with a clean car come the last few laps, maybe it just falls in our hands. And Landon told me that's most likely his plan, to just try to be there with the right car, maybe find some other clean cars, as many as are left, draft to them, and hopefully be in that position to take advantage on that last lap. So we'll see if the 77 can pull it off.
And with only a few cars left on the racetrack, you got to look at who your friends are. So we know Cindric is not going to be out there trying to help Austin Dillon win this race. He's not going to do that because that will hurt his teammate Brian Blaney, where Truex may be Austin Dillon's best friend on the racetrack. Should they be able to get together anyway, somehow, Truex needs to try to help Austin Dillon try to win this race. We also got to keep an eye on the 12 car Blaney as he rises through the standings, as he passes all of these cars that have been knocked out of this race. That's going to be a key factor in how many points he can gain over Truex through the last final laps.
Yeah, because I see 11. I see 11, and the next 6 laps are going to come his way.
It's going to be real close. Truex has to have a good top 5 finish if Austin Dillon were to win. Truex needs to be right there in the picture.
Yeah, that's assuming more cars don't get eliminated. You know, get a wreck and eliminate some more cars.
Here they come off of turn 4, and it will be 16 laps remaining in the regular season. And again, the prestige and the memories and moments of possibly winning at Daytona right here for this 20-car field as they come back to the green flag. Back to racing here at Daytona.
Truex pushing this 2-car. Why not help this 2-car go out there and win this race? He's already got a win, already locked in. A lot of dust from the speedy drive.
Austin Dillon just did not have any good help behind him, so he's lost the lead.
Side by side there with B.J. McLeod for 3rd position. Bubba Wallace gets into the back of the 78 car.
And Bubba's got damage, so he probably doesn't have a ton of speed, probably not a great pusher. This is what's going to happen here for a little while these cars that have been partially wrecked kind of sort themselves out.
Austin back to the top of the 19 car here. He's got to run around Truex. He's got Castle following him right there in 3rd position. Truex with that torn up right front fender. Probably not a great car to be leading any line. Probably wants to be following somebody. Continues to drop back off the nose of that 18 car. Cindric into the lead. Austin Dillon right on his back bumper.
Again, with a driver that has already won out in front, that puts Truex and Blaney both back into the playoff picture.
As soon as Austin Dillon were to have a run, he needs to make the move, because this field is going to get scattered apart. There's not going to be a whole lot of help. So if he gets a run on him, he cannot wait. He needs to make it happen now.
Four cars trying to break away now as the 3 continues to push that 2 of Cindric.
Just right up the back bumper there, Jeff. Pushes him down the front straightaway, continuing to try to make this a 2-3 car race. I agree with you. As you lose cars in the draft, the ability to get energy enough to drive up to the back bumper of the lead car kind of goes away.
His teammate back there on the outside lane, the first car too wide. That's his teammate, but just too far behind to giving him any help. Parker.
Right, and I think that's what RCR is hoping for. They were letting Austin know on the radio where the 8 of Tyler Reddick was, and if he was gaining to get closer there, because he could be the key to allowing that 3 car some help if he can get up there. He has that right front damage, but if he could get in the draft, be able to push that 3, it could be a big game changer, but he's losing a lot of ground right now.
I will say, as these 4 cars have broke away, Austin is able to still get to that back bumper of Cindric. Will he continue to be able to have that ability as these laps wind down?
And does he have the confidence that if he makes the move, Landon Castle will go with him? That's the other question. Where's the help going to come from? Truex isn't going to help him.
Yeah, that's the issue, right?
Truex does not want a new winner, so there will be no help from Truex if he jumps to the outside, but would it come from the 77?
Well, we mentioned there was points available for Blaney, and he's gaining points on Truex. Even though Truex isn't moving, it's now only 5 points between Truex and Blaney. It's not a big deal, if Austin Cindric wins. It's really a bigger issue if Dillon wins.
And now behind this pack right here, Kyle Busch, they've gotten single file a little bit better. Kyle Busch is leading it, though, and his car's damaged. The front of his car is not like it needs to be, so it's not who you want leading that inside line. He just doesn't have the speed.
Noah Gragson's jumped out on the outside of Ware here in that 62 car. He's got some help from behind him. Getting a big shove from the 8 car of Reddick down the back straightaway. And that's going to push Noah clear. Now can Noah fall down in line in front of that 18 car, maybe pull this whole line up to the back of that 19 of Truex in 4th?
He's trying to stay in that top lane because Reddick helped him, so he's trying to stay in that top lane to give Reddick a draft, and it worked. Reddick is clear of Busch.
All right, let's listen into the 3 radio of Austin Dillon.
Sure that takes the white before he makes the move. Plenty of time to make your move. Stay patient here. Try to wait for the white. 77 is with us.
That's from Richard Childress right there, giving an information on when to make that move.
The problem with waiting is if you take the white and a caution comes out and you're locked in. Like, you don't race back to the flag. So yeah. I get really nervous about waiting to the white flag to make a move.
Also, what if you don't get that run? You got the run right there, right up to the back bumper. What if you don't get that run that last lap?
There's a little bit of help coming to this pack. There you go. Noah Gragson in that black and white car.
Noah's going to the outside of the 19 here. Not going to stay in line. Noah says, hey, I got a few laps left. I got to make the move now. I'm not in position where I want to be. He's going to get to the outside. He's trying to get the outside of the 77 there. Castle with a block. Good job by Castle.
Now Truex, he's got to work hard here to stay in this draft. If they clear him with the damage to his car, he might lose the draft of this front pack.
Well, those points matter. Now Truex 2 points over Blaney once again.
Yeah, see
if we have a new winner. Yeah, to your point, Jeff.
The other point to make right here. The other point to make right here is behind Cindric, 4 Chevrolets. And two of them are teammates, the 3 and the 8. Cindric is absolutely outnumbered here.
Cindric, the winner of the Daytona 500 to start the season from right here at this track.
Gragson is not going to stay put right there. He's trying everything he can to get around Castle.
And whenever they move like that, that helps the car sitting there running, falling back, that 19 car. If they get side by side, then it creates a bigger wake, and then he can run up into it.
Here comes Castle again to the inside. Now he's alongside the 77 for 3rd place. The leaders are going to drop down and try to block this run from the 62. Castle goes to the back here.
Yeah, shuffled the 77 out the back. He's going to try to hang on to this 4-car field up front. And the 19 dropping further back. Dave.
Rick trying to hang with this group now and find some pace to get back up there. Right before he hopped into the car, Martin Truex Jr. told me the damage on the right front is not great. It doesn't drive very well, but I'm worried about the left rear. You can see the fender poking out just a little bit. He says like a parachute, and that may be the biggest issue that he's dealing with now.
And basically, Blaney, I don't believe, can catch another car. He's 2 laps behind the next position. Truex 1 point in front of Blaney.
Now the point to make about the top 4 now, we know that Noah pretty much wasn't willing to stay in line, but now he's in between 2 teammates. If he makes a move, the 8 likely is going where the 3 is. So Noah's sort of limited on options now. When he gets a run or an opportunity, he's probably more likely going to stay in line, knowing that the 8 car will not commit to any move he makes.
Well, and that makes making a move even sooner. I think if you're Austin Dillon, if you got to run, you got to take it. It just makes me really nervous waiting for the last lap.
The way things are developed now with Austin and who he has behind him, I'm with you. Go ahead. You got all these guys. They're going to go with you. You're going to have help when you get the opportunity. Go for it.
Guys, at 43, top of the screen, goes to the garage. Why does it matter? This 19 of Truex will catch him on the white flag lap and scoring that will tie Truex and Blaney in their current situation. That is going to be crazy. If Dillon wins the race, then Truex and Blaney would be tied. Blaney, I believe, would get the tiebreaker between the 2 as the best finish, but then it's going to come right down to the last few laps.
And if you're Truex, I mean, I'm sure everybody's thinking, hey, man, pass the 77 if you can. But I think if Truex passes the 77, he slows them both down, allows more cars to run them down, allows Truex to lose possibly more positions from them cars behind them.
Wow, Truex was pushing Castle, almost spun him out into one.
It's the only thing he can do. Oh, we got a car on the wall. The white in front of the 41 has blown. He gets down on the apron.
Quickly to the apron. We'll see if a caution.
For you, blue part coming to you.
Right front gone on Cole Custer's number 41. Green flag still out.
And that might be a point for Blaney. Custer scored in front of Blaney. We'll just have to see if the scoring goes around or if Custer could continue to run laps. This is going to be very, very close. And remember, all those points only matter if Austin Dillon wins the race. He's the only one at the front now. That would be a new winner inside the top 30. Gragson would be a new winner, but not eligible for the playoffs.
Those cars behind Truex are running him down. David Reagan, Ware, McLeod, they're all catching the 19 car.
It would be in their best interest to hook up with the 19 car and make their line longer and try to run the lead pack down.
Yeah,
to the inside.
There just might not be enough time, though, as we're coming up on 4 laps to go here at Daytona.
Truex is losing positions at a quick rate right now. This whole line likely to go by him. He's going to try to block too late. Can't get in there and make it happen. You know the 22 is going to try to get around him.
Now, 4 laps to go.
And if you're Truex, all you can do now is hope. All you can do now is hope that Austin Dillon does not win this race.
Sorry, there's nothing I can do.
There was nothing he could do.
Well, no, man, just keep pushing here. Hopefully have some issues up front.
As they run, both Blaney and Truex would be in.
And that second pack is a half a second faster than the leaders. And with 4 to go, 2 seconds behind, it is going to be close. They should catch him right around the white flag lap, especially if we get too wide up here at the front.
The 4-car pack that had separated themselves, we'll see if they can stay up there. But it's Cindric who is leading that pack. Austin Dillon looking for a win to get into the playoffs. Running second, Noah Gragson and Tyler Reddick, the top 4.
See right there, the 3-car of Austin Dillon. He's starting to fall back from that 2-car, trying to generate a run, trying to find it. Whoa,
there he goes. The 2 almost spins out down into turn 1.
An issue for the 2. He catches it, but now the 3 out front and the rest of the field trying to reel them back in.
I think the issue was the 3 in the back of him getting into the corner. He fell back and got a big run. See, he had this forward momentum, gets into the back of him, entering turn 1, knocks Cindric sideways, and then takes the lead.
Well, now
what a save.
If we go back to the lead, it's crazy. They're so tight up front. The 3 leading, the 8 in second. Can they defend?
So, and he's got his teammate. So now Austin Dillon's got his teammate, Reddick, behind him. He's got a blocker. Essentially, that's what he's got. So Castle, Noah Gragson, Reagan in the 15, Cody Ware, they've got to develop a plan here. They've got to find a way to do exactly what Austin Dillon did just a lap ago. Fall back a little bit, get a forward run, and then make an aggressive move to try to get alongside.
Coming around to the white flag. Down the back straightaway.
There's a move right there.
A lot of cars moving around trying to figure out something. Right now, nobody, the 2-car back there trying to make a move. Here comes David Reagan to the outside of Noah Gragson. He's going to have some help. Cody Ware up there with him, the 2-car as well.
They're going to be side by side here for just a moment, though. That's going to take a little energy away. Now they're clear. Now what do? Where's this move? There we go, to the outside. Noah got blocked by the 77. Now a big push coming.
1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Austin Dillon out in front. He could be the guy who wins his way into the playoffs in the final race of the regular season. He has his teammate, Tyler Reddick, who's locked into the playoffs already, right behind him. Less than a half a lap to go. Cody Ware running in that 3rd spot.
Here comes Cindric in the 2. Keep an eye on him. I don't know if he has enough time.
And he doesn't have help anymore. It has dropped off as they come out of turn number 4. Martin Truex Jr. trying to fight back up there to get in points, but it's Austin Dillon who wins at Daytona.
Thank you, Jesus, baby. Yes!
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. You are the man, buddy.
There you see
Sorry.
Martin Truex Jr. missing the playoffs by 3 points. And the parting gift for Tyler Reddick to RCR is helping Austin Dillon in those last few laps.
Yeah, great job, man.
Now, right here, Austin Cindric is not going to be happy with Dillon.
Yeah, that was, that was a good save by the 2 car. I'd be upset too getting turned into the corner like that, but incredible save.
What you do when you're trying to make the playoffs and win at Daytona. You push that 2 out of the way, took the lead back again, and that gives him the opportunity to do this. Celebrate at Daytona again.
Believe that is where you're going to sit for a while there, Austin. Oh, good job. He gets it out.
This checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. Win your way into the playoffs is what Austin Dillon knew at the beginning of the day his goal had to be. And after the rain delay, he comes out and finishes the job. Imagine sitting there for 3 hours and 19 minutes. That's how long the red flag was when you're out front, and then coming out and racing the final 20 laps at Daytona, and he gets the win and the spot in the playoffs, Marty.
Austin Dillon, welcome to the playoffs. More gratifying to do it this way by racing for it versus the rain?
100%. Crazy phase. My wife was in there. I told her, she was dancing in the rain. I said, I got upset. I said, don't be doing that. She said, Laura, she said, when you have faith like me, you don't have to worry about it. I was like, okay, I got you, baby. But Ace was back there with me. We were watching Paw Patrol, watching the Carolina Cowboys win the PBR event. And they said, hey, go get ready. So we stayed ready, and I got to thank my teammate, Tyler Reddick, Brez Tree, Bass Pro Shops, everybody that makes this thing happen. Dow, who's been with me since my start. We have so many great partners, Chevrolet. Man, we're in the playoffs.
What will be talked about is the playoffs. Also, what will be talked about is a move to get the lead. Walk me through going into turn 1 with Austin Cindric.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there. I knew that if we got to the white, I was afraid somebody would, if I waited too long, I was afraid somebody would wreck behind us. So I wanted to go ahead and get the lead. We were able to get it. I had a big run to him. And then I had my teammate, the 8, back there. I knew we were in pretty good shape there to the end. And he did a good job checking up any kind of run and just a little too much push there and got him loose, and we went going.
How hard was it to stay patient there? I know Pop told you on the radio, hey, don't go until the white flag lap. I knew you wanted to go earlier.
Yeah, I just felt like I had good teammates in Chevrolet behind me, and that if I could get the lead, that the 2 would not be able to hold on to the draft. Those small packs are, we've done it in practice enough to know that you lose the tail, it's hard to get back to it.
How crazy is it that a body of work of a season, Austin, comes down to getting back on the lead lap right before a rainstorm, dodging a wreck, and then making this happen in the final 21 laps?
It's crazy. You just never give up and have faith. We had some tough finishes this year, like Charlotte, man. I beat myself up over that. I made a good move and just didn't finish it off. Today we finished it off, and I'm so proud of these guys, and I'm glad to be going to victory lane.
Here at Daytona, of all places, Austin Dillon gets another win, puts the 3 in the 2022 playoffs, his 5th playoff appearance, Dave.
And Marty, the 19 of Martin Truex will not make the playoffs this year. Martin, you were afraid it would be slow. What did you experience out there?
Yeah, just not fast enough to keep up with those guys. You know, we got the restart we needed and got in a decent spot there. Just couldn't keep up. You know, it's wide open the whole last run there. So it's a shame. It stinks, but you know, just too much damage to have enough speed to do what we needed to do.
The margin is 3 points. That's all it is. I know it's hard to face now.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You know, hindsight's always 20/20. we gave away plenty of points throughout the season, but yeah, it is what it is.
Champion Martin Truex Jr. will not get a chance to try to go for that this year.
So Austin Dillon, your winner.
Austin Dillon, while he celebrates, quite a few that will be disappointed in not being able to take advantage of that opportunity that was in front of them. And Martin Truex Jr. will have to watch from the sidelines. He'll obviously be racing in the final 10 races, but won't be a part of the playoffs to race for that championship.
And we watched Truex lose a couple spots here late in the race, but he's right. You know, they've lost points in other places. You can look at other races where they could have done something different or had some bad luck, cost them some points. It's the bulk of the year that put them in this position to make it or not.
And it's a driver that many in the playoffs didn't want or are glad he's not in it. He's finished top 2 in 4 of the last 5 years in the playoffs. Martin Truex Jr. and this team, they find a way to step up in those big moments, and it's what a shame. Think about that. 3 points, 3 positions in the regular season, 3 simple positions throughout the whole regular season. And it's a whole another ball game. It's just amazing how tight it is.
There was Coach talking with Martin Truex Jr. as we see Austin Dillon getting back in behind the wheel. He is going to be heading to the Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane to continue the celebration. And another driver that can celebrate the fact that he'll be running for a playoff is Ryan Blaney, standing by with Parker.
Yes, Rick, in just 3 points over 26 races, 3 positions, Ryan, you're in the playoffs.
Yeah, we're very fortunate, that's for sure. It was not a good day getting going, and getting tore up early, and at that point, our fate was not really in our hands. All we could do was try to keep working on it and fix it to where we can make laps, and thankfully, we were able to get enough cars throughout the wrecks that we kind of just kept moving up, and were able to get in. So that's definitely a lot more stressful than I wanted coming into here, but I just got to give a lot of props to the 12 group, for fixing it and sticking with it all day, and that's why you do it. Your day can start off like that, and you just stay with it and stay in the game, and it was definitely beneficial for us. So appreciate them. Advanced Auto Parts Ford will go race for a championship.
Just quickly, what were the emotions like this week from knowing what you had to do to get in this race, being in the wreck, being 6 laps down, and seeing it all unfold there in those last 20 laps? What is that like through this time?
Yeah, really well, just throughout the race. When we got on our wreck so early, you try to stay optimistic. You never know what can happen, whether it's a new winner or we can still try to beat the 19 on points. So you just try to stay optimistic and in the game, and just not think about the negatives. Even though it's really easy to think about the negatives, you try not to. So definitely a roller coaster of emotions, and luckily it ended on a high for our group.
Good luck in the playoffs.
All right, thank you.
And let's take a look at the standings now as we get ready for the first race of the round of 16. That'll be Darlington. And with the playoff points, this is how they're ranked. Again, at the end of the 3-race run, that round of 16, which will be Bristol, the lowest 4 in points get eliminated before you start that second round of the playoffs.
Yeah, and a win and you automatically advance, right? So if you're Dillon, Bowman, Cindric, Suarez, really Briscoe, anyone on that right half, they need to be thinking scoring points. If you can win a race, that's awesome. That's the golden ticket to move through. But starting already a chunk behind some of the guys on the left-hand side, you got to start scoring points in those stages, and that really just starts next week with qualifying well at Darlington. I mean, you don't get a week off to prep. We're just a few days away.
And it's really one of the closest point standings we've seen going into the playoffs. No one has really separated themselves except for Chase Elliott. Look at Joey Logano. He's only got 20 points on 16. So it is a very tight point race going into Darlington next week. And by the way, it's Darlington, the Southern 500. We know that's going to be a demanding race. It always is. You add the pressure of the playoffs on top of it, it makes it that much more difficult.
Yeah, a lot of new names in this playoff grid. It's going to be fun to see some of these teams and some of these drivers under conditions. Those are under stressful conditions for the first time. Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez, several of these guys never been in anything like this. It's been an intense season, and that's about to triple going into that first round of the playoffs.
A lot of people wanting to talk with Martin Truex Jr. He was the first guy out of the playoffs. Austin Cindric in the playoffs with Parker.
Austin Cindric finished third here at Daytona. Watching the move right there from Austin Dillon down into turn 1, the bump. What happened there?
I got hit by another race car going 190, 200 miles an hour. Glad I saved it. Glad I had a shot to come back through the field, but he's racing for a playoff spot. You totally expect to get drove through, just kind of a matter of time, but pretty bummed, you know. I mean, we had a shot to win today. Maytag Menard's Ford Mustang was obviously quick. We put ourselves in position, not a scratch on it, just dang it.
How tough was that? You were the only Ford against a sea of Chevys there. I mean, did you know you were a sitting duck?
I knew I was a sitting duck. I felt like I was Xfinity racing again, the only Ford out there, you know. But honestly, Reagan saved me a little bit there and was able to work with both the RWR cars there to get back up through. And one lap longer, he might have a shot, I don't know. But just frustrating just to be that close. And you know that it's just going to come down to when are they going to take the run. And I was lifting all the way into the tri-oval, trying not to get that gap that big. And they were just backing up to each other, working together as they should. So kind of pissed about it, but can't be too upset. In the playoffs and have a lot to fight for. Great opportunity.
Good effort by Austin Cindric.
Well, Steve, after a 3-hour rain delay, which we weren't sure exactly what was going to happen with Austin Dillon, he came out and won the race and won a spot into the playoffs.
And I think it goes back to as soon as the rain came, he said, I'm not changing my mindset. And not even just what he said, but how he said it. When we restart this race, I'll be ready. He stayed in the moment, and it was hard to do. We stood up here. We watched the heavy downpours. We thought it was for sure over. But in the end, I think the fans are the ones that really won. The decision by NASCAR and Daytona International Speedway to drive this place on a Sunday afternoon, didn't matter how many cars were left, didn't matter how many cars were damaged. It took 26 races to set the playoff field. The fans deserved to see it. If it was possible, it was possible, and they got a crazy 21 laps. I thought it was going to be calmer than that, almost a wreck with Cindric. But in the end, Austin Dillon, RCR, 2 cars in the playoffs. I would have never thought that at the beginning of the year. Congrats to them.
We bring the drivers in, and it was a situation where it was supposed to be a night race at Daytona to end the regular season. It ends up being a morning race that was then delayed, and drivers, it definitely didn't disappoint.
Yeah, I kind of love seeing this race throughout the day and the heat, how slick the conditions were and tough they were, but you got to give a hand to Tyler Reddick at the end of that race. A damaged car. He worked really hard in the draft to finally be able to connect with that front group and then put himself in position to help out his teammate Austin Dillon. A lot of controversy or some hurt feelings over how things are going down with the split between Tyler Reddick and RCR, but I think he showed his true colors right there in those final few laps to stay dedicated to his teammate and help him win the race.
Yeah, we saw some incredible racing this weekend at Daytona. I agree with Steve. I applaud NASCAR for doing everything they could to get this race going again. The fans deserve to see racing when they can, and they were able to make it happen. And now the playoffs start. Now you got those guys got to reset. Those guys that are racing for a championship, they got to get refocused. And the guys that aren't racing for a championship, they got to find a way to stay engaged. They got to find a way to say, okay, there's still something on the line. It's very difficult to do, Junior. A guy like Martin Truex Jr., he's going to experience that when you're not in those playoffs, you're almost forgotten. And it's very difficult for a guy like that. And it's hard to stay focused, but it's important for them to do it. And I can't wait for next weekend at Darlington. I love Darlington, and then you take and lay the playoffs on top of it. It's just going to be so much excitement and so much pressure and so much fun for us to watch.
Well, Rick, you want to know what the playoffs are going to be like? It took 26 weeks, but this was the finish. Martin Truex Jr., that bright orange car right there. One gets out of the way. 3 points. Remember, that's 3 spots on the racetrack. Look right here. 1, 2, 3. I mean, they're in the picture. 3 car lengths, basically. 3 car lengths, and Martin Truex Jr. perhaps is the driver that advances. It was this close over 26 weeks.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it's going to be like only over 3 weeks? As the drivers pointed out, you know, that playoff standings is stacked. We have a couple that have a little bit of a head start, but from about 6th to 16th, they are jammed in.
And remember, the sport is unique in the sense that all the competitors still continue on throughout the playoffs. That doesn't mean that just 16 drivers are going to be racing week after week in the playoffs. There are still going to be 38 cars, 38 drivers, very hungry to get to victory lane, and it starts at Darlington next week.
A track that regardless of how fast you are, you can lose 40 points because it will reach out and bite you. You lose a little focus when you run the top of 1 and 2, you overdrive turn 3, a lot of trouble spots on that very dangerous racetrack.
Well, the celebration is going to be for at least a week for Austin Dillon, who has won his way into the playoffs. It happened here on a very long weekend, an extended weekend for the Cup Series after the race was rained out yesterday. And then another rain delay today. 20 cars restarted with 20 laps to go. And in the end, it was an aggressive move, but Austin Dillon did what he needed to do. And he is a part of the playoffs after winning at Daytona.